Okay, it is 10 o'clock on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. I would ask all of you to please take your seats. What's that? And I'm not sure, but we're gonna go. Is Wes online? Yes. Wes is online. Okay, good. Wes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. We appreciate you joining us. So at this time, I'll call to order the March 24th special meeting, budget meeting for the Board of County Commissioners, and ask you to all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance that will be led this morning by Vice Chair Nathan Tolbert. Nathan.
Wow, put me on the spot. Thank you. Please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So as I indicated yesterday to the public, we will have 3 periods of, we only have one agenda item again today because this is budget discussions. So the agenda reads exactly the way it did yesterday. So we will accommodate 3 periods of public comment. Opening public comment after we hear all the presentations today regarding those presentations, and then closing public comment. There are some public comment restrictions. Those are listed in the publication. So, and everybody I see is probably very familiar with those. So anyways, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. So you'll see a green light when we ask you to print your name for the record and then state your name for the record. And at that time, then your 3 minutes will start. You have a green light when you start, a yellow light when you have 30 seconds, and when the red light goes off and it starts beeping, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public, I've already talked about administrative agenda items. We ask that you keep your public comment within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. We have no control of the school district. We have no control of the courts. We have no control of law enforcement, even though we do budget those and we have the purse strings, we still don't really have a lot of control of those. So keeping that in mind. So at this time, public comment we taken on those items are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Ms. Waller. I'm teasing you, of course. That's all in jest, right? You understand that, okay? This has got to be the first time I haven't had you give public. Oh, okay. Okay. I stand corrected. Okay. So thank you. Try to add some levity into this thing, right? Because this is a very dry subject, what we're discussing, but it's very important because we need to hear from these department heads on what's going on with their departments. So, Mr. Jackson, no public comment? Oh, seriously? Okay, that's a record too. Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody else who might wish to offer public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. That was quick. And I will, at this time, entertain approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
I'll move to approve the proposed agenda as stated.
Okay, by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the proposed agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Now we'll go into the administrative agenda. Like I said, we have one item today, although it covers many, many facets within our county. So I'll read that back into the record again. For possible action, discussion to provide staff direction in the preparation of the fiscal year 26-27 budgets for all Douglas County and Douglas County Redevelopment Agency funds. Discussion may include a general overview of the Douglas County budget and presentations by staff, including but not limited to presentations on the following: general fund, all departments including supplemental requests, special revenue funds including supplemental requests, debt service funds, enterprise funds including supplemental requests, internal service funds including supplemental requests, capital projects funds including supplemental requests, redevelopment agency funds, and capital improvement projects. And this is, once again, presented by Kathy Lewis, our Chief Operating Officer. Ms. Lewis, kick us off today, please.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis, for the record. I too have nothing to say this morning, except that I will turn it over to Jessica Stocking, our China Spring Director, Youth Camp Director.
Thank you. And welcome. And
Can everyone hear me? Perfect.
Are you gonna show us slides of your son and his
I
giants?
want to. That's the best part. My son just started T-ball, so I'm very excited about it. Jessica Stocking, for the record, Director of China Spring Youth Camp. Thanks for having me. So I will start out with the mission statement for China Spring Youth Camp. The China Spring Youth Camp, Aurora Pines Girls Facility, is dedicated to helping male and female mid-level offenders between the ages of 12 and 18 develop skills, knowledge, and experience to promote health and resiliency, arrest the progression of delinquent behavior, and foster growth in a safe, nurturing, and structured environment. Our department description: China Spring Youth Camp serves court-ordered youth from 16 counties across Nevada through a structured behavioral program focused on accountability, skill development, and personal growth. The camp integrates education, comprehensive mental health services, drug and alcohol counseling, and strong family engagement to promote long-term success and successful reintegration into the community. I'm very proud of that department description because, being a correctional facility, we offer a wraparound of services that not many do. So I'm very excited about that. So some of our performance measures and workload indicators. So stakeholder engagement and transparency is a big one for camp. We maintain active communication channels with referring agencies, court, and families to support youth outcomes. I think that oftentimes we forget that the families are stakeholders in this as well. We are housing their children. And so we have really tried to actively engage them in their child's stay at camp. But to really pull in the referring agencies, which is the counties that we serve, we hold quarterly meetings with county stakeholders to review strategic goals and community alignment. They are actively participating in the decisions that we make as a camp. We send monthly reports to the court identifying youth progress and provide updates to enhance communication and collaboration. I think this is a key component for our camp as well. It's very good to allow the courts to know how the youth's progress is in camp, especially if they're struggling. We identify that if a kid's not successful at China Spring, they'll likely go to a state commitment, which is something that we don't want as well. One of our performance measures also is state partnership and advocacy enhancement. We foster ongoing collaboration and education with state officials to align policies, secure support, and promotes camp's mission. This is done by quarterly advisory board meetings to review progress and look at partnership initiatives. The state provides us half of our funding, so it's very important that they are aware of what camp is doing and also have an equal amount of ownership in the program as well. Workforce capacity and expertise development. We provide targeted professional development, including cross-disciplinary training to address emerging youth needs. We've increased the number of specialized training sessions offered, such as trauma-informed care, crisis intervention, gang trainings, and things that are very specific to the population that we serve. Process optimization and resource management. We continuously refine administrative and operational workflows to maximize efficiency and service quality. We utilize new technology platforms which support case management and reporting. We have worked with the IT department to get a program that can really serve the youth and pull data from the program, and we can provide that to the counties as well. I'm really excited about this slide, our goals and our accomplishments. We improve fiscal sustainability of China Spring Youth Camp through state-level funding alignment. As camp leadership, we engage direct communication and coordination with state legislators to provide cost sharing for China Spring Youth Camp. As a result, the state increased its financial participation to a 50-50 funding structure with participating counties. Last biennium, it was split between 44 from the state and 56 from the counties. And one thing that consistently came up in our meetings with the counties is that they wanted the state to have more buy-in, knowing that it's a regional program. We are in full compliance with the PREA standards. So China Spring Youth Camp successfully completed its federally required PREA audit and achieved full compliance in all the standards. Our dorm manager worked very hard on that. There's 43 standards, and we were in compliance on every single one of them. In addition, camp fulfilled its contractual engagement with a PREA consulting agency to strengthen policies, staff training, documentation practices, and internal monitoring systems. We wanted our staff just as comfortable with PREA as we are in the administrative building. And so our PREA auditor, we didn't even tell our staff that they were coming. I wanted real in-time questions being asked to my staff, implementation of those practices, and they did great. And they offered us some feedback and how we can improve in those areas, so that's what we've implemented. Providing a safe, secure, and supportive environment where youth can participate in programming. We implemented clear safety policies and procedures, ensured consistent supervision during all activities, conducted regular facility inspections and maintenance checks, established emergency preparedness, plans with proper staff training, and promoted a culture of respect, responsibility, and accountability. Like I said, these are other people's children, and that needs to be taken very seriously. I always use if I wouldn't send my own child there, then we're doing something wrong. And so I've really tried to impose that on my staff as well. And we've strengthened partnerships. Camp leadership engage in ongoing dialogue with state representatives and juvenile probation leadership across participating jurisdictions to ensure alignment on program expectations, placement practices, and long-term goals of the program. As a result of these efforts, camp continues to serve youth from all 16 partner counties, reflecting sustained regional confidence in our mission, programming, and performance. I will have to say I'm very proud. We hadn't received a referral from Humboldt County in I don't even know how long. I want to say it was about 5 years, and we have 2 kids from them right now. So I think that just speaks volumes to my staff. The program and our mission is being accomplished.
Can I?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I would like to mention before you do, is that actually, and we have 2 people here that are very familiar with the program. Our county manager was at one time the deputy director, is that right? Or what was your position? Oh, not even close. Okay, well, but you're familiar with the program.
I am, sir. Thank
okay.
you.
And then we have a commissioner that's assigned to the China Spring Youth Camp, representing the board. So, Ms. Charlotte Hales, and we appreciate your involvement with that.
Thank
With
you.
that, please take the
Thank you.
microphone.
I just want to add more to what you've said. So as a member of the school board for 12 years, I had my eye on China Spring. And then again in 2023, when I became a commissioner, I was assigned to China Spring. And I want to highlight some differences that I see now that I didn't see before, and that is family engagement. Making sure that there's an environment to the best of your ability that the child can go back into when they're done at China Spring. I also note that not only are all the PREA is shorthand for something Prison Rape Elimination Act. Yeah, and what it means is we have practices so that there are practices minimize to the greatest extent possible the chances of sexual abuse between an adult working at the camp and students at the camp. Since the county management took over in early 2024, the practices with PREA have been strengthened. And to the point where not only do we have a PREA coordinator, do we have our PREA work with the state, but the Ms. Stocking brought in an independent evaluator to look at all our practices unannounced to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to eliminate or minimize to the greatest extent possible the risk of that happening. And I have watched Ms. Stocking as she has taken that heavy responsibility very seriously, and now the camp is running very well on those points. The last thing I wanted to mention is China Spring is in between county detention for juveniles and state adjudication. Both of those are considerably more expensive, and neither of those provide services to get the students, the children, back in their home environments, functioning in a way that they can be productive citizens. That is what China Spring does well. And if you look at the big picture, even though it seems expensive, it's saving us money. We're saving money because, number one, China Spring is changing lives, getting kids back on track, and it's less expensive than either of the other two alternatives, or keeping children in communities when they're not behaving well. I am a huge fan of the work that Ms. Stocking has done and the current status of China Spring. So I'm sorry to go on about that, but I do think in a budget context, it's good to look at it from that point of view. If these kids were in our county detention, they'd cost more money and they'd be getting less services. And same with the state. So thank you for letting me elaborate a little bit on that.
Very well said. Thank you. And yes, it's absolutely a critical program. I think if every state legislator took a moment to go through the camp to take a look at the impact it's having, they would fully fund it immediately. But trying to get those individuals in that is not always easy, is it? So.
Thank you for that. I am very proud of China Spring and what it's developed into. And I think that even in looking at this slide with my full-time positions, I have 39 FTEs. But what you'll see is, where they're split up. You'll see a licensed clinical social workers. We have 2 of those. That is a very unique setup for a correctional facility. We have alcohol and drug counselors. We have 3 of those. That, again, is another unique aspect of China Spring. What Ms. Hales talked about in regards to our family component is because we have those positions, we're very much able to impact the families and meet with them on a clinical and mental health level and really work with them on a one-to-one setting with their child before they go into the home. I joke about it, but we allow the kids to have home passes. And so before the kids can leave camp, their parents have to attend a parenting session. And we'll talk about, what can they expect when their kid's back in the home, how to establish boundaries when your child's in the home. And I say kidnap their children for a little bit, but I do because it's part of their responsibility to attend that parenting class before their child enters back into the home. And we're able to do that with the amount of FTEs I have in very specific fields. One of, for instance, the LCSWs. So I'm very proud of that. And I think that speaks volumes to the placement and our uniqueness in the state.
Before we go past that slide, Ms. Stocking, can you back that up one?
Oh, gosh.
39 positions.
How do I back it up? Oh, wait. Oh, got it.
There it is, 39 positions. If you were fully funded and fully operational, what would be your full-time equivalent requirements?
So I'll break that down into categories.
Okay.
So youth program officers who are on the floor with the kids, they're supervising them for the majority of their day. We would need 7 more of those. We'd need another supervisor. We would need another LCSW, and those would allow us to run camp at full capacity. Because the way camp is
about
set,
10 more positions.
about that, is what
okay.
we'd have to look at.
Okay, so once again, we need to really emphasize that at the state level.
Yes.
Because I know that the counties are stretched to the limits right now. And so this is what we can get. But we need more. Yeah.
Correct. And I just want to make note that the reason why I live in liability land, I always call it, but never should you have a staff alone on the dorm. And the way our numbers, if we're running full capacity, will never allow my staff to be in an awkward spot with the kids. It will run very safely. And that's the goal. And so we need to make sure we're doing that if we're opening up to full capacity. So, yes. And I will say we do have a wait list of 8 to 10 weeks for boys coming into our facility. So what happens with that is they'll get court ordered to us and they will wait in detention for about 8 to 10 weeks before we have a bed opening,
And they're waiting in detention where?
wherever their home county is.
Okay, so in the county facility where they're not
Correct.
getting the, as Commissioner Hales pointed out, they're not getting the
Not at-
proper treatment.
No, so they're being housed in a sense, and it's costly to house a kid at a detention facility. So, so just putting that in perspective, we have a wait list for boys to come in constantly. So it's very sad. The need is there, and that's why we're arguing to the state about full capacity.
I had something else I wanted to say, but it went through my mind, and they,
Maybe I could jump in. Just for those who may not be familiar, generally the funding for China Spring comes from half the state, half the counties. We pay our share of the 16 counties that utilize China Spring. And those counties help pay for Douglas County to manage China
Correct.
Spring.
So, to manage the facility, I have, HR and things like that I pay into from the county's perspective. But you're absolutely right. Douglas County is a piece of that pie that you pay into camp to house kids there. And that is the argument with the state, is that this is not a Douglas County facility. We are housed in Douglas County, but it is the state's priority and responsibility to fund us at half, and then the counties that will pick up the other half between the 16 of them, and which is also based on how much you use the camp and the per pupil count in the county that they come from.
I guess that's where I finally, it dawned on me where I was going with this, is that you to fully open the camp, you need about 10 more positions. But those positions would be immediately at work because we would be able to intake the individuals that are in county detention facilities now, okay, and costing the counties money now. We could utilize. We have the facilities available to accommodate all of that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. So, yep, that's part of our pitch to the state as well. It's a beautiful facility. There's no reason why we should have an open building, period, with a wait list like we have. So the fight is there. It's something I'm very passionate about. As you'll see, our revenue summary, and I'm going to go to the next slide too, because our expenditure summary. So we are not asking for an increase in any areas other than, inflation, staff raises, things like that, you'll notice. What I do want to say, though, is when we are funded to full capacity, what we are anticipating is about a 5 to 6% increase each biennium, that we will almost be predictable in what we're asking for. And so our argument to the state is give us full funding and make that part of the norm, and then just know that as we increase in time, it's going to be predictable. So that's the whole goal with this legislative cycle. But for this next year, we are not asking for an increase in any areas. Do you guys have any questions, other questions?
I do.
Okay.
So, what is the cost? So basically, the other counties kick in, and the state kicks in, and so what is the exact cost to the county? Is it just in rough terms? Is it like we kick X amount, or is it specifically the county only kicks in per kid that comes from Douglas County is our actual cost?
So you have the state and the counties that pay. The county portion is broken up between those 16 counties based on your bed usage and your per pupil count. And so for instance, knowing the exact amount for this year, it will be calculated later in time because we have to look at the beds that each county have used. Oh, yeah.
Right, there is a formula that is
There is a
involved
formula.
that says
Oh.
how the population of the county and the bed usage of the county. So each county pays a different amount of money into this facility. But then we ask for a 50-50, and we are not getting the 50-50 out of the state.
Kathy Lewis for the record. So we are projecting for next year that Douglas County's share of China Spring is $197,000, $197,904. We'll know the exact amount when they do the calculation at the end of the year, but we're projecting that will be our share to support China Spring. Is that the question you were asking?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
what does that potentially look like? Is that different? I
Oh,
mean,
yes.
Or is there wait list kids from Douglas County also? Or is the most of the wait list from the other counties?
No, we have wait lists from Douglas. So we take the wait list as the referrals come in. So wherever you are on that list is where you wait in detention. If we were at full capacity, we would be almost double that, depending on the bed usage that you guys have.
But we'd also be saving money.
You would
right?
be saving money on the detention side of things and housing kids in that capacity.
Okay.
And when we talk about China Spring Youth Camp, it involves Aurora Springs.
It does.
Right? So,
So
Yeah.
Aurora Pines is the female, is the female portion of China Spring. So China Spring is boys, Aurora Pines is girls. So if we're at full capacity, we could do 40 boys and 16 girls. Way less girls, but the need for the boys is there, and that's where the wait list is at. I had my first female wait list about 2 months ago, which hasn't happened in camp for a long time. Luckily, that's steadied out through kids graduating the program, but typically it's just the boys that have the wait list.
If I do,
how long does the kid generally stay at your camp?
I just pulled the statistics, and we're looking at about 5.5 months for most kids. We have some kids, I call it progress-based, not time-based, and I think the reason for that is when you put time, it's like the adult system. It's not a good look. And so ours is progress-based. So we have some kids that complete in 4 months, but we have other kids that might take a little bit longer to get with the program. So, but our average length of stay is 5.5 months.
if I do the mental math right, which is a big if,
Yeah. me too.
adding 10 FTE would help us do more kids at a lower per student ratio.
Correct.
Or amount.
Correct. And I think that's what's an important concept for the state to hear is as we're full capacity, the cost for a kid staying there does decrease. And it is a lot cheaper than a state facility at that point. And given the program that those kids have access to, I will say it's unlike anything in the state.
So one of the things I think that we hear is we have a number of, so we have to feed these kids, okay? But the nutritional meals that they get, we use our county resources across levels, right? In other words, the same meals that we have available for our seniors at our community center, the outsourcing of those food products provides our jails, our facility there, and also our community services.
So we do have 2 cooks out at camp. We do use a lot of the same vendors that everybody uses, which is really nice. But we also are given a reimbursement school district for breakfast and lunch for our kids as well, which is nice. And they have to stay within the nutritional guidelines for those meals.
Okay. Additional questions, commissioners? Commissioner Rice, any questions of Ms. Stocking?
No questions. Actually, that goes into my background quite a bit, so I'm very familiar with the program, and I'm very familiar with the services provided as well as the advantages to our citizens. So I'm good.
Thank you so much. Okay, without any other questions, then, boy, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
go.
Right? Even with our questions. So thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Stocking.
Thank you.
And once again, much appreciation from the county for the jobs that you do and your other 38 employees down there. Thank you so much.
They're amazing.
And we're
Thank
just
you.
hoping that we can get additional funding to get the whole darn shebang open again.
I
So,
agree.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and I failed to mention that presentation was in your binders on page 50 of special revenue funds. And once again, all of these slides are available on our county website under Board of Commissioners agendas in the full agenda packet. So with that, we'll go to alternate sentencing, and that is in the general fund, page 74, I believe, is what my binder says. So, good morning.
Jake Meadows, I'm a probation officer with Alternative Sentencing. I'm sure you're used to seeing Chief Doan here giving this presentation, but she is out of town on family matters, so I'll be doing this today. So Alternative Sentencing, our mission statement is to assist probationers and defendants with the opportunity to make positive life changes and empower them to become productive and law-abiding members of our community. Our department description: we are an integral part of the county's justice system and are committed to protecting the community, serving the courts, and establishing partnerships with treatment providers. We are responsible for supervision of pretrial and/or pre-sentence defendants and persons convicted of misdemeanor offenses. We hold them accountable for their misconduct, promote and support their efforts with rehabilitation. These next 3 slides, they're going to highlight just a few of the major functions that we do at Alternative Sentencing. Fancy word for county probation. The first one, home visits are conducted by Alternative Sentencing officers to monitor compliance and provide insight in a less formal setting. Officers can gain insight to potential needs such as treatment and/or social needs. So we went back to 2022 just to kind of give you an idea of graph of where we stand, the amount of hours we spend out in the field year by year. In 2024, you'll see a pretty substantial dip. That was in large part because staffing issues. We had one of our officers that retired. We hired another one on. That one had to go through post-academy. So we were just down in staffing that reduced our field numbers. In 2025, we really focused, and our focus is going to continue on spending as much time as we can out in the field. So you'll see in 2025, our hours jumped up in the field. Another major function we do is drug and alcohol testing. The goal is to support defendants in abstaining from drug and alcohol to assist in rehabilitation. So again, we went back to year 2022 just to give you an idea of statistics year to year. Again, you'll see that dip in 2024. Overall, the court determines our caseload. Testing is determined by the defendant's conditions, the length of time spent on pretrial or post-conviction supervision. We have seen a testing increase by a pretty substantial amount because pretty recently we started supervising all DUI first arrests. In years past, we would only supervise DUI second or more, and the court made those changes, and now we supervise all DUIs. It doesn't matter whether it's first, second, or third. So we have seen a pretty big jump in the amount of testing we do. Because of that, and we also test for outside agencies. We do courtesy testing, and we also test for different county services like DCFS. Another major function we do is electronic monitoring devices. These are court-ordered tools to ensure compliance, such as global positioning satellite monitoring, GPS, continuous alcohol monitoring, and those 2 are just different types of ankle monitors that affix to the person's ankle. One of them tracks their GPS. The other one collects essentially the sweat off the person's body and detects if they're consuming alcohol. And we also do remote breathalyzers, and those are just a portable device they carry on with them, and it randomly alerts them throughout the day when to provide a breath sample. So this is large part out of our control. The number of defendants and total days on a device are determined by the courts. Our department has seen a trend of increased defendants ordered on devices and spending longer periods of time on devices. So you'll see.
So you can do, excuse me, I hope you don't mind us interrupting you
No.
for questions. But you do this it's all electronically done. It's wireless. So it just.
Correct. Yep, all these 3 different types of monitoring are all wireless monitoring. They're different types of devices that either affix to the person's body or they carry around with them. Some of them require application to download on the person's phone, and it communicates via Bluetooth. And the monitoring companies, all test results first go through them, and then we get sent all the results. So in the end, we determine whether or not, if we're going to violate the person or not. But they all get ran through the parent company.
And if an individual has one of these devices, it's on them. There's no method of them enabling the device or taking it off.
There is. I mean, it is, it's nice to have these abilities, but none of it's perfect. They are able to cut them off if they want to. They do try to, defect them by trying to, block the reader on it. But whenever someone does that, it does alert us of a tamper. So we get alerted of all those different things. And like I mentioned, we have seen an increase, as you can see by the numbers in 2025, total amount of days spent on devices in 2025. And I forgot to mention, all this reflects the calendar year rather than fiscal year, because per NRS, our chief has to provide statistics based on the calendar year. So the year 2025, we did see a jump in total amount of days to 14,200. And before I go over this one, I think another major function that we do that is not on the slide is the amount of time we spend in court. We're in court 4 days out of the week, and 2 to 3 courts each day. So we do spend a lot of time. We divide our time between the office, field, and court. Our goals and accomplishments for the fiscal year 2025-26, we worked with courts and the district attorney's office to allow alternative sentencing to have some discretion in the use of alcohol monitoring devices. And what I mean by that is kind of in the past, the court would order someone to go on an ankle monitor, and we would see that person on that ankle monitor for sometimes months at a time. The cost is pretty substantial to not only the county or our department, but also the person wearing it. It gets really expensive. So more and more, we're having discussions with the court and the district attorney's office to word their orders in a certain way that gives us discretion, because we have the most contact with these people as they get under supervision, so we have a good understanding of how they're doing. So it gives us discretion on how long they need to stay on a particular device, and the difference between the device that affixes to the person's body compared to the breath device. There's substantial savings in that, and it's a little less restrictive. So we've been working with the court.
Okay, I have a question about that. Now, so when an individual is sentenced to this and has to use this device, do they have to physically pay for that device?
They do,
or
yes.
That's a requirement of them, not of us?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, we don't own the devices. So we use 4 different companies that we use devices for. We essentially pay rent on the devices. And then so when the days that they're active, we're paying the company X amount of dollars. The person wearing the device, the defendant, they have to pay each day that they're on the device. So to answer your question, both are paying. The defendant is paying a certain amount. Our department or the county is also paying a certain amount to have the devices active. We teamed up with Kathy Kaiser in finance to enter into a cooperative agreement for rental of court-ordered GPS and alcohol monitoring devices, which will allow for greater budget flexibility and efficiency. We successfully revised and streamlined our department policy and procedures with assistance from Cynthia Gregory. We collaborated with Rebecca Edwards, the court administrator, and the courts to restore critical language in bail orders. Restoring specific language helps us to ensure that overtime is kept at a minimum. The amount of time officers spent in the field conducting compliance checks, as we saw in that previous slide, more than doubled compared to the previous year. And that will be a goal of ours continuing on, is spending more time in the field. Our goals for the fiscal year 26-27, we want to continue to maintain fiscal responsibility with a number of drug and alcohol tests conducted, to hold persons accountable within the judicial system and assist in rehabilitation. We want to continue to increase the number of hours spent in the field conducting home visits to ensure compliance with court orders and to identify and address potential treatment and or social needs. And we want to continue to work with our judicial partners regarding the use of electronic monitoring devices to maintain fiscal responsibility. And that's always a tough one, because In large part, that's out of our control, and we do our best to guess a number of what we're going to spend on those devices. But that's a tough one because we just don't know how much time is going to be spent on those devices. Our strategic plan going forward, alternative sentencing continues to serve our community by collaborating with agencies within and outside of Douglas County to promote effective community policing and drug testing services. So right now, our full-time positions is right at about 5.5. So we have our chief alternative sentencing officer. We have an alternative sentencing specialist, and then we have 3.5 officers. So we have 3 full-time officers, and then we have a part-time officer, which I think he's scheduled at 19 hours a week. And that part-time officer is part of a grant specifically for domestic violence, and he works in partnership with Special Victims Response Team. So that's in partnership with a DA investigator and victims advocate. So going over our expenditure summary, as you can see going down the list, we don't see really any changes from number to number. You will see a reduction in our uniforms budget. That reduction is because we're not expected to be purchasing any of our outer carry vests. Currently, we're all fitted with that, and they are good for 5 years. So we're not expected to have that expenditure for a few more years. We are requesting an increase of approximately $11,224, and that is specifically for the electronic monitoring devices. The use of these devices, which include GPS, the alcohol monitors, and the remote breath devices, we have seen an increase of approximately 48% since 2022. The calendar year of 2022, a total number of 9,616 days were spent on monitoring devices, and we broke those down between each device. We have GPS devices. 147 defendants were on those devices throughout the year, 54 on the alcohol monitors, and 43 on the remote breath devices. In 2023, you see the number jump up to 13,970 days spent on devices, GPS being 132, alcohol monitor being 62, and remote breath being 57. You see a little bit of a drop in 2024 at 12,806 days, with 85 on GPS, 59 on alcohol monitor, and 53 on remote breath. In 2025, you see it jump back up to just over 14,000 days spent on devices. GPS is 126, which is on par for the 22 and 23 years. The biggest jump we've seen is the alcohol monitors. That went up to 105, and remote breaths were at 55. And like I said, that increased request is because, in large part, it's just hard for us to tell what the courts are going to order and how many days these defendants are spending on devices. And we're trying to balance that out, like I said, with wording in court's orders to give us discretion on, can we move these people off the device or to a less, less device that's would be cost saving. With that, any questions?
Commissioner Rice, did you have any questions for alternate sentencing?
No, I don't. I was fortunate enough to, when I was working as a bailiff, to see what they do firsthand. And they are pretty much at the whim of the court. So the court says you will, and then they do. And they, in my opinion, do a marvelous job. And no questions.
Commissioners? Yep.
So I know I was just going to reiterate what Commissioner Rice just said, but is there data out there that says that the alternative sentencing process itself is reducing like repeat offenders, or where the benefits are that, I guess, enable the judges to continue to increase the use of alternative sentencing? I mean, and again, clumsy asking the question, but
Yeah.
just, you don't have to tell me the numbers, just
Yeah, I
Is
don't
that
have
something
specific.
that is actually out there?
I don't have specific numbers, but we see in the legislative bail reform, people are spending less time in custody and bail's becoming less and less. So I think a caveat to that is, I'll let you out of jail, but you're going to be on some type of supervision in lieu of sitting in jail. So we've seen an increase in supervision. Currently right now, our caseload is about 450 people, and that's not including people with active warrants, people that have absconded from us. So we actively supervise around 450 people right now. We do see a lot of success, and we can gauge that by, how someone's doing on drug testing, if they reoffend, how many violations they've had in a certain period. We do have people that come in once they're done and are express gratitude that they did go through that experience, that they were held accountable, that they had structure. And that's a big thing. We try to just build structure, because once they're done, we want them to be successful members of the community, and we don't want recidivism. We don't want to see them again. Yes, we do have a group that we see over and over, but I do think in large part, we do help rehabilitate these people to where they're not going to reoffend. And a lot of times we do see, a one-time mistake, and we're not there to just punish people. We're there to help people and provide resources and get them in connection with different county resources or counseling services.
Okay, thanks.
So it leads to, so it leads me to think that if the courts see repeat offenders, then the ability to be out on bail is reduced percentage-wise, and required to spend some time behind the cell doors. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Yeah, okay. County Manager Davidson?
Thank you, Commissioner Tolbert, for your question. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I just would jump in and add my limited experience. When I started with the county, I started in district court, and I believe the best indication of the success of the programs is the utilization by the judges in ordering them to these alternative methods to placing them in jail. We are seeing an increase in utilization in my conversations with Chief Stone, and the feedback from the judges is that these tools are so important for what they do. I wish if I had to do this over again, I would have scheduled alternative sentencing to give their presentation on the same day as the courts, because I think they would be standing up in line to tell you how important this is from their perspective. There are other counties who do not have alternative sentencing departments, and it significantly limits the ability of those judges, ties their hands, and definitely has an impact on outcomes in those counties. So I would encourage you, if you think about that question when the courts come up to give their presentation, to ask if they have any thoughts. But I think the best indication of the success of the program is just how closely the department has partnered with the courts, and how highly the courts speak of your team. So thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
And we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock next Tuesday when the courts are before us, right? No, just kidding, just kidding. Okay. Okay, so no further questions, then thank you very much for your presentation. Oh, go
I
ahead.
guess I'll just say, chiming in, to me, this is not, it's about individuals for sure, but it's also about our community's safety.
Absolutely.
And our residents have said loud and clear that that's a high priority. So just wanted to chime in with that thought.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, and the court, without probation or alternative sentencing, the court can place these conditions on someone, but then there's no, without probation or supervision, there's no follow-up. So you don't know if they're actually following these orders or not. So with alternative sentencing, we're actually able to track that progress and report it back to the courts. And that's the reason we are in court so many days a week, is because the judges often inquire input and ask questions, status updates. So we're able to communicate a lot with the courts on how they're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, how we, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and hear from our recorder in record management, and then we'll take a break after that, okay? So we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which is good, okay? Ms. Guerin, as soon as we get you set up here, and as I've done with Mr. Jackson and Ms. Bergens, and now you, I will indicate that it's my understanding that you have no opponents in the upcoming election. So congratulations on your re-election, I suppose.
Thank you. That is accurate. And I maintain that opposed is the best, or unopposed is the best way to run. Thank you very much. Shawneen Guerin for the record. And since I do have the pleasure of following alternative sentencing, I'm going to take advantage of my hot seat real quick and just share anecdotally my experience with alternative sentencing as a CASA, as a court-appointed special advocate. And I can tell you that, yes, the judges very much rely on the work that alternative sentencing does, but so do those of us who are advocating for youth. CASA's court-appointed special advocate, and the information that we are, the cooperation that we get from those folks over at alternative sentencing, as well as just the information that we're able to get, helps make those really, really critical decisions for those youth that are potentially at risk, or by the time they get to us, they have been deemed at risk. So I appreciate their work.
And before you get started, I wanted to preface this. Number one, this is on page 16. For those of you who are following at home or here in chambers, page 16 of the binders, under general funds. And please indulge us if we have questions while you're going through your presentation.
Happy to do so. So again, Shawneen Guerin, Douglas County Recorder for the record. The Recorder's Office, really our focus and mission is around land and marriage records. Land records includes, we do have some mining. We're not a big mining community as compared to our partners down in Nye and Elko and those surrounding areas, but we do have some mining here in Douglas County. We also have a variety of real property records such as deeds, mortgages or deeds of trust, liens that a number of people within the community rely upon, an entire industry relies upon. And our whole mission is to record those records, preserve them permanently, and make that access convenient for the research that people need to do. I'll talk a little bit more about the marriage certificates a little bit later. As far as performance measures and workload indicators, I apologize, those numbers at the bottom are teeny tiny, but I'm going to tell you what they say. In 2021, as you can see, we were recording just under 20,000 documents in a year, and this is calendar year that we're looking at here for demonstration's sake. And then we saw a little bit of a decline in 2022, and then a big decline. We were under 11,000 recordings in 2023, and really that was tied to the refi industry and how that came to a screeching halt as it tied into interest rates. And then we saw itty bitty climb up in 2024, just over 12,000, and in 2025 we're holding right about steady. The two different colors that you see here, the blue is the total volume of recordings, and the bright green is your electronic recording submissions. So last year we were right above 70% of our submissions come through electronically. The everyday person cannot just submit a document electronically. You have to submit through an approved e-record platform provider that is done that way so that we can make sure that the technology is the right level of technology, the securities are the right level of securities, and so on. There's a little more accountability and vetting that happens there. We currently have 5 different e-recording platforms that we partner with. So certainly the consumer has plenty of choice in the matter. The fees vary from one vendor to another as to what they charge the consumer on the other end. But on average, it's about $3 to $5 per document that the submitter pays to e-record. That does not come to the county. That's an agreement between the submitter and the e-record vendor. But then the e-recording vendor submits to us all of the e-recording fees. Before I go on, are there questions on this? Okay. Well, and because I wanted to do a little bit of a deeper dive on the to give you an overview of the largest volume of documents that we record. It makes sense, are deeds and deeds of trust. So not every deed is a sale. Someone might record a deed when they transfer into their estate planning trust. They might record a deed when there's adding a spouse to title, things like that. We saw from 2021 to current, we've seen a 32% decline in deeds recording. And then we've seen a 63% decline in deeds of trust in those mortgages. And then right congruent with that, which helps support the refinance issue, is a 70% decline in reconveyances. So that reconveyance is that payoff document that records. So, and then in line with that, even though we've seen a 32% decline in recording of deeds, as I said, deeds are also recorded when there's a sale. I wanted to talk briefly, it's not on the slide, but I wanted to talk briefly about real property transfer tax that is collected by my office. That is a separate fund. It gets into C-tax, so I'm not going to deep dive too much into it. But in 2021, our office collected roughly $6.5 million in real property transfer tax. That dipped to $4.1 million in 2023. And it has steadily climbed back up to $6 million in 2025. I don't want you to get too excited. Roughly 70% of those millions of dollars goes straight to the state. We don't get to keep it, we just get to collect it. But then the other balance of it does get apportioned out through C-tax. Some other workload indicators, we've seen a roughly 55% increase over the previous year on certified marriage copy requests. The driver there is very easily identified as that good old Real ID requirement. People had the Patriot Act that went into effect in 2005 and didn't really come to full fruition until last year. People went, oh, you were serious. Okay, I need these documents. So that's why we've seen such an increase. Overwhelmingly, we are finding ourselves explaining to people over the phone, it's not your state, it's nationwide, because inevitably someone calls and says, stupid DMV and fill in the blank state is requiring this. They're all requiring it. As much as we have Lake Tahoe, and Lake Tahoe is still a hot spot for marriages here in Douglas County, but we have only recorded 484 marriages. That's actually, that was last year. That's actually pretty on par with what we've been doing over the last many years. Just more and more, less people are getting married. That's actually another statistical factor that has impacted us. And then part of the general fund money that we take in is official record copies. So you can get watermarked copies of the recorded documents on our website free of charge. They do say unofficial copy, not, just for informational purposes only. And then by statute, official record copies are available for a mere $1 per page. And so in 2025, we sold just over 2,200 official record copies. And then the big project that we're doing when we're not recording or providing copies is that historic records indexing. So staff was able to index 1960 roughly 1960 through 1970, was about 15,000 additional historic documents into the database so that people who are doing research are able to find that information. Some might wonder, are there that many people that are looking for records from 1960? And there are. There's a lot of them that are doing them for a variety of reasons. And so historically, we have found that staff has been able to manage roughly 1 year per year in that historic indexing. But as we go back further, it makes sense that our volume was less in recordings, so we're able to cover more spans of years in that collective total. And then the recording alert service. So this is something that isn't really a workload for us, other than it's more of a service that is provided for the public. We currently have roughly 950 registered alert accounts, and what this is when property owners register for this service, you can register for up to 10 names or variations of a name. So if you are Jonathan Smith, you might register Jonathan Smith, John Smith, and John R. Smith. Under one email account, you can also register up to 10 assessor parcel numbers under that same email account. And what will happen is, although the records are accessible to be searched 24/7 on our website, you don't have to do that search. If something records with a name or parcel number that you are monitoring, our office automatically will send you an email at roughly 10 p.m. that night with a link directly to that recorded document, and you can click on it and say, yep, I was just in there and I recorded that deed into my family trust, or we have a problem, somebody recorded a lien on my property, or otherwise. So it does not indicate fraudulent activity, it just notifies you of any recording activity. So we've had a lot of positive response there. This time last year, we reported that we had just over 500 accounts registered. So the word is getting out and people are utilizing that. And then the last thing on here, the Document Research Assistant. We have seen increased usage of this research assistant. This is the Recorder's AI tool that we implemented we actually initiated this project in 2024 is where it started. And I haven't given it a lot of press because AI is one of those funny little things that it's only as smart as you make it. And so we needed more time to make it smarter. And so we are finding that we're getting increased usage there. We're up to 441 unique users on that that have an account. You do have to set up an account, and we have seen 1,610 various questions asked of the system. Of those, roughly 41% are pre-populated questions, things we assume people are looking for, such as, can you summarize the ownership history to this property? Can you list documents associated? Who owns this property? Are there any mortgages? So the idea behind this AI tool is the average person out there has no idea what a grantor or a grantee is. And so this gives people the ability to search the land records utilizing plain language and getting answers back in plain language. And it will even give you a little bit of a breakdown of that a deed of trust is a mortgage. It'll explain it a little bit. So it gives us the ability to provide a little bit of extra information without crossing into that ever dangerous no-go zone of giving legal advice. And then 59% of the questions are more custom queries. And the custom queries is really where we learn what is the public what kind of information are they looking for from our public records and how can we better assist them. So we rely on that pretty heavily as well. And so far, we've had the few comments that I've had on it have all been positive. I will tell you, the guardrails that are around this are such that it's important to me every time I talk about this to ensure people, you cannot ask sweeping questions countywide. This is the ability for you to search by an address or a parcel number as opposed to a property owner name, and to ask questions specifically about documents that are recorded on that parcel. So you can't ask, what properties does Danny Tarkanian own? How much equity does Charla Hales have in her home? Who owns vacant land? You can't ask questions that the records don't speak for themselves. So that was an important security feature that we wanted to put around that. Oh, and then the about property fraud as well. If you see that image on our website, because property fraud is a growing concern, and quite frankly, a growing problem across the country. We do have a link. This is the Recorders Association of Nevada has a whole page of information that's great information about property fraud. And rather than reinventing the wheel, I just linked to it because I helped create it in the first place. And there's important links there about who you can contact if you suspect that you have fraud on your property. With goals and accomplishments.
Can we jump in real quick there? I think that's what
absolutely.
Commissioner Rice was commenting on that yesterday. So I don't know if he wanted to jump back in and give you those kudos.
Commissioner Rice.
Have to find the right mouse. Yes, one of the comments that I made is they provide a service that many people end up having to pay for at other venues. And that if somebody wants to come in and put a loan on your property without your permission, you're notified. And I think that's a great service for our community.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, that's a great point, Commissioner Rice. So thank you for bringing that up. There are a number of paid services that you can utilize to receive notice of recording alerts. A funny story that I had from a gentleman who registered for our alert service. He actually had a paid subscription to one of those companies. I won't name the company, but one of those companies, there's several out there. And he also had a registered account with our office. He received the notice from our office at roughly 10 p.m. that night. And about 3.5 weeks later, he received the notice from the service that he's paying for. Because ultimately, they're using our data. And so it just takes them longer to pull that information together. We are the true source of the information, and we're happy to make sure that you get that information in the most timely manner possible. So great point. As far as goals and accomplishments, some of these are currently underway and ongoing. Our cloud backup and preservation. Commissioner Hales, you asked me about this one during last year's budget presentation. Historically, the Recorder's Office has preserved our land records on microfilm. And I stand behind the statement that that is still the industry gold standard. Microfilm is still the most immutable, long lifespan form of preservation. However, through conversations with our IT team and reassurances and quite frankly, just feeling better about the systems that we have in place for our regular backup, and the fact that our current land records management service provider, Helion Software, now has a cloud backup that is fully integrated. It's not something that we're now having yet another third-party contract with. We're implementing, it's not fully implemented yet, but we're implementing that cloud backup preservation. And we'll be able to utilize that in data recovery instances, disaster recovery if we needed to. But the best thing about I guess the biggest difference between the microfilm preservation as opposed to the cloud backup preservation is that in a worst case scenario, we wouldn't have to recreate all the data all over again. When you have more of the digital preservation, you have the data along with the images. In the microfilm world, we have the images, but it's kind of a needle in a haystack if you don't know exactly what you're looking for and what role it's on. So that's a big one that we're in the process of implementing. And I will take a quick moment and talk about, I'll wait on that. It's an expense thing. Our historic indexing expansion. So that AI tool, the Document Research Assistant, is in partnership with a company called Common Chain. They are based out of Reno, And they actually contacted me back in 2023 when they were building that tool and said, would you be willing to partner with us and be our guinea pig? I said, sure, why not? And I was able in doing so to put guardrails around it. Well, in turn, what it's turned into is more of a partnership where that historic indexing that I told you staff have done, 15,000 in 2025 roughly, was a 3-year span. We have our records digitized from 1853 to current. And so just this morning, I provided our Common Chain partner with the digital copy of all of those images, and they're adding that to our document research assistant tool. And in the process, they are also going to extract whatever data points we want, and we're working in concert with our recording software provider, and we're going to import all of those data points from 1853 to 1967 and get roughly 100,000 pages worth of documents, I should say, worth of data in probably the next year. So we'll be able to take, instead of 3 years worth, we'll take just over 100 years worth and be able to provide that more readily accessible and searchable data for the public.
So wait a minute, you're taking Quill, pen and ink, 1840s documents, and the OCR is able to...
Yes, sir. Actually, this company, and that's why I'm working with them, because really they're the best out there right now. And it is. And I'll take it a step further. I know that a good friend of mine who is a recorder in Texas, she has recorded documents from back when they were quill pen cursive written in Spanish. And it's translating them and providing the data. So that's how far the technology has come, and those are the partners that we're working with. So it's exciting. We know that there's a lot of, the other piece of that is recorded maps. Recorded maps have a ton of data that we historically just never indexed because, quite frankly, it's not something that was required. And the limitations of the systems that were used, character limitations, and the information that it could hold, those were previous barriers and they don't currently exist anymore. And so we're having this company run all of those maps and extract any other document references. So when you have a record of survey that says 50-foot easement per document, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now that map will also cross-reference document 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that information is more readily understood and found by the public. And then the fraud mitigation and consumer protection efforts, I won't spend too much time on this other than to say there is growing concern and there are huge limitations on what recorders can do about preventing fraud. However, that doesn't mean that we, my bottom bullet point down here, legal validity versus awareness and collaboration. While we cannot determine the legal validity, we certainly can be aware of what's normal and what's not, and we can collaborate with the right level of authorities. And we've done that on a number of occasions, and we're very proud of that work. In April, I will be attending a Deed Fraud Act drafting workshop with the Uniform Law Commission, and hopefully be able to have a meaningful part of that conversation as well. And we do a lot with a little. So we have, through the Recorder's Office and Records Management, we have 4.75 FTEs. Our Chief Deputy Recorder is, she supervises both the Recorder's Office and Records Management. So that's why you see that broken out in the fractional interest there. And then besides myself and my Chief Deputy Recorder, we have 2 full-time Deputy Recording Clerks and 1 3/4-time Records Management Clerk. Just a couple of years ago, prior to implementing, or I should say, prior to my being elected, we had 2 full-time employees out at Records Management. And when the supervisor out there retired, fortunately, we've been able to do all of our reductions through attrition. When I first started in 2007, there were 9 full-time employees between these 2 divisions. So through attrition, through retirements, we just have not needed to fill all of those positions. And so when our supervisor at Records Management retired, the recording supervisor oversaw both. And then when the Records Management clerk retired just a couple of years ago, in the meantime, I had implemented enough streamlined systems that we really determined that we were able to get all of the essential functions of the job done in less hours, and so we did so. And so we reduced that position from a full-time position to 3/4 time, and it's all working very well. They work really closely with the courts, and I'm going to talk a little bit more next about what Records Management does after we get through Recorder. The Recorder's expenses are low as it pertains to the general fund and services and supplies. And part of the reason for that, I just want to highlight, is we do have $5 of every $40 flat recording fee goes straight into our Recorder's Technology Fund. That is the fund that we use to pay for the services that we pay for that are technology related, every one of them. Our software expenses, our cloud backup implementation that we're going to use. In fact, you can see here at the top the $2,500 reduction. I decided there's no reason for us to pay for that out of general fund money. We have tech fund money, it qualifies, let's pay for it out of that. And we run, when we're taking in 12,000 documents a year, we're taking in roughly $60,000 a year in tech funds, and we're spending about 25 to 30. So we're spending it conservatively enough that we have the money for larger projects should we need it. Those funds are limited to the needs and responsibilities of the Recorder's Office, but we have had the ability to share in that with other departments that need services. For example, the County Manager's Office, we pay the ongoing expense for the document repository that is contracts and agreements that aren't appropriate to be recorded but previously were, so we're able to pay for that service and things along those lines. So if there's other departmental needs that align with our mission and pertain to land records, we certainly are always welcome to considering that. Okay, yes.
That was the recorders, and now you're going to go into record management?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep, and records management will be a lot shorter.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll save my questions until you do that, because it may be one department versus this, but go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, and so as for records management, where the Recorder's Office is a more public-facing department and we generate revenue through charges for service, records management is very much an internal department. Our customers within records management are the other departments within the county. So the public cannot contact records management and request records directly to or through records management. And our main mission statement is to help the county departments provide accurate and proper storage, retrieval, and disposition of physical records through their life cycle. So that is going to look different from one record type to another, but I will say the thing that my mantra that I have beat the drum to over and over again is that the medium of the records is irrelevant. The content of the records is what determines how long you have to keep it. And the basic tenets of records management are making sure that you know what you have, where you have it, and how long you have to keep it. And records are an asset until they become a liability. So if you don't have to keep it, you should destroy it and destroy it securely because it's met its life cycle purpose. A good example of that is agreements. For example, if the county enters into an agreement, because sometimes people get nervous when the government says we're destroying records. So it's important to put a little bit of a basis of understanding there. An agreement is, I believe the record series retention on that is the contract year, calendar year plus 6 years. So once that agreement has been met, the county holds it for another 6 years, and then it should go away. So that is a responsible management of those records. We do retain records in compliance with the Nevada State Retention Schedule for local government and Nevada Revised Statute 239, and then the courts do have their own retention schedule that we apply for them. The life cycle of the records is very basic. It goes from creation through to usage, storage, and then disposal or archiving, as may be the case. I've shared with you guys in the past about our finite space out at Records Management. The Records Management facility is located out in the Public Works area, out by the airport. And we do seem to be managing, keeping things fairly status quo through some destruction efforts that we've been able to do in partnership with departments. But as you can see here at the bottom, the total number of spaces, box spaces, and this is a banker's box so that you can put it in context. Total number of spaces is just over 4,600. We have just over 300 empty spaces. So that gives you an idea of how quickly we are running out of room. Fortunately, like I said, we've been able to manage it with get rid of some, take some in.
Question.
Yes.
I see District Court and East Fork Justice Court, Tahoe Township Court,
Yes.
Justice Court. Do they have their own system or?
They do not have any paper boxes stored at our facility any longer. So all of theirs, I guess, are digital or they have on their own premises. We did have a very, very small inventory of records, and when we worked with the courts, they determined that all of those had met retention, and we were able to destroy those, I believe, 2 years ago. The majority of district court records are permanent in nature. Justice court has a bit more variation. In 2025, Records Management received 208 boxes. You'll see at the top there the areas that are identified as received, not stored. That simply means that we took them in and we account for taking them in, but they were taken in for destruction purposes only. So we do have the ability, we have secure destruction that comes out to Records Management on a monthly basis, and these are departments that don't have a regular pickup for secure destruction. Some of our others, such as human resources, social services, and the DA, for example, all have regular pickups that happen. So if they don't have them, we're happy to take them and to ensure that they are properly and securely destroyed. And then the others were taken in for more long-term storage. Generally speaking, if we are receiving these, it's because the retention is a minimum of 3 years past a certain date or up to permanent. I would say the majority of our records that are not permanent, the average is about 5 to 7 years for a retention. And you can see District Court continues to be the front runner. And then destruction of boxes, the good news is we destroyed more boxes than we took in. The true story here, though, that I think is important to share is you'll see the front runner here is community development. at 109 boxes, and those were not truly destroyed. The paper documents were destroyed, but that's because the commissioners approved a large ARPA-funded project a couple years ago to have all of those permits and paper records that we were storing digitized and imported into their system. And that project, as far as the recorders or the records management housed documents, were all completed. And so we show that as destroyed in our inventory, just to remove them from our inventory, but those were all transferred for scan. So those records still exist, but they don't exist in paper form anymore. Yay! Little wins. And then one of the other big ones, district attorney. There were a number prior to 2018 when the county has adopted the state's local government retention schedule. The retention was really, quite frankly, based on we kept things as long as the person in charge of those records felt comfortable keeping them. So some people said, this is permanent, we have to keep it forever, even if we only had to keep it for 3 years. And what that meant is that records came out for storage that didn't not necessarily have a proper record series applied to it or a defined retention applied to it. So there was a large project that our records management clerk did with the DA's office to carefully identify a bunch of records that were very old that had long met retention, and we were happy to help them destroy those. And the case repeats with the other departments here. And then this is just a quick overview of what our trends are. This is over the last 2 years. You can see our boxes received compared to 2024 and so on. So we're doing good. I think we're doing a great job of making sure buildings are expensive to build, as we know. And so we want to make sure that the buildings that we have, that we are utilizing that space in the most responsible manner possible. And then from 2019 to 2025, I thought this was an interesting one. Records management, as you can see here, because we do maintain paper records. We are not responsible for information governance. We provide guidance over how to maintain digital records, but we are not responsible for that. Quite literally, as you can see depicted here, records management, our single clerk in her little records management vehicle hand delivers thousands of documents every single year back and forth to the courts. Sometimes, quite frankly, it's because they have printed another piece of paper that needs to go in the folder. And so we bring them the folder, they put it in, and we take it back. Feels like a little bit of a clunky system, but it is what it is for the time being. So I know I've worked very closely with Rebecca, and I know she's excited to get that electronic submission all underway, and then we will deal with the large number of paper records that they have should the time come. As far as goals and accomplishments out at Records Management, really, it's to be a good steward of our county assets, and our buildings are our assets, our records are our assets. We have a fire suppression project that, Lord willing, is near completion. There were a number of issues with that, but it's finally coming together so that all of the records, 100% of that space out there, will have proper fire suppression. The part of that community development ARPA-funded project was also the historic tax assessment books scanning project. So those books, I should have brought one with me, they're huge. They stand yay tall, about this big, and they weigh a ton, and they were at the very top shelf because nobody ever accessed them, but we had to keep them because they're permanent. And so heaven forbid there was an earthquake and anyone was standing there, they were gonna die a horrible death. So we were happy to see those go. And honestly, a lot of them were falling apart and a lot of them were written in pencil. So there was degrading of the information. So we now have those digitized, and I'm working closely with our assessor on getting those into the right program for them to be able to access those. And then looking ahead, you can see this picture here of what historic bound book storage should look like. It's a specific type of shelving. We have a large amount of additional historic books that belong to various departments that are not properly shelved. They're on other, just kind of standard shelving. I would love to see us make an investment in that. I didn't put it in it's not coming forward as a capital improvement project at this time. I'm going to do a little research on if there's any kind of grant funding for something like that. And then our film inventory assessment, again, the medium is irrelevant. So if we have it on film, should we have it on film? If not, let's make it go away. And then as space continues to shrink, we may need to look into investing more mobile shelving, the kind that you can collapse and maximize the space that you have. We're not quite there yet, but that might be coming forward in the future. And then with regard to the records management budget, you can see here the overwhelming majority of our budget is our motor pool expense. We do have, as I said, one vehicle that we use out there. And then our recycling expense is that secure destruction. Other than that, I think we're running pretty lean. You can see the reduction of $3,000 because we're no longer producing that microfilm. So although it didn't cost a lot, at this point, we're counting cents as well as dollars, so we're happy to make that reduction as well. Questions?
The historical document binders,
Yes.
are those different from those are different from the tax assessment binders, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember the day you got those in, you were like a girl in a candy shop, okay? You were so excited. So can you didn't mention that, so would you mention that? And the public has access to actually view those, right?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so thank you, Chairman Gardner. What you're referring to is I took one of our oldest books of the recorded documents, the Kinsey records. Stephen A. Kinsey was the very first recorder in the state of Nevada. Our records go back to when we were a part of the Utah Territory. So before we were even became a state in 1864. And those Kinsey records were the very first. And what I did is I had a replica book, a full color replica book of that book made, and it is currently down the hall in our recorder's office so that anyone can touch and feel and explore and have an understanding of how far we've come exactly. As I mentioned earlier, we do have all of those records digitized, but oftentimes looking at that document on the screen doesn't quite translate as to when you look at it in book form. And I do plan on actually presenting, October is our National Archives Month, and I will plan on coming back and giving a brief presentation about Stephen Kinsey and the historic records that we have in our vault. But we do keep those in our vault so that they are protected, and then this is a full color replica so that people can appreciate what we have. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. And Ed, Ed Guerin is Shanine's husband, and I think he attended today just to see exactly what his wife does in her spare time. So I hope you got a good flavor for that. I would recognize, and I've made this comment to our clerk treasurer also. You're the only person I know that can take this department and make it sound exciting. Okay, I've recognized that, and I really appreciate your outreach to community organizations where you've gone to give them an overview of what your office does and how important it is to our county. So I want to thank you for those efforts. Commissioners, do we have any other questions for Ms. Guerin?
I just want to reiterate the being able to convert those old documents, especially, I live in that world. Mm-hmm. I'm accessing, my personal business at least once a week into those records and pulling those out. And I've been into some of those old maps, and even the 60s maps are probably some of the worst because at that time, the surveyors and those guys were able to use their own flair on the maps. So there's a lot of different fonts and pen and ink and,
Right.
Eradicator, and those are hard to read. And so, I'm blown away by that they can pull that stuff out and the technology is available to do that. So, so kudos to whoever, hopefully that person's very rich now.
I think they got a long ways to go before they can deem themselves as very rich. I will share that sentiment with them because it will give them an excellent chuckle. However, that does remind me that one of the other projects that we're doing, we recognize that the technology has evolved over the years, and that includes scanning technology. And our historic maps, the other project that staff is doing, is they are pulling those Mylars. We are getting rid of the Mylars. We're trying to free up space. But before we do so, we are pulling those Mylars, and staff literally puts the Mylar maps, a stack of them in front of them, pulls up the digital images, because all of our maps from, I think our earliest scanned map is 1847. 1874, I stand correct, sorry, 1874. And that's the Hawkins edition, I believe. And so those maps are all digitized. They can all be searched by section, township, and range, and by whoever recorded the map. However, we have found that because of various processes that surveyors used, and right down to shading. Sometimes there's shading or this awkward, annoying magenta color that surveyors used to use on a Mylar map that the scanner didn't pick up. And so we're looking at the digital image and the physical image, and is it a good quality? Are we picking up all the minor details? If it's good, it goes into a pile that says it's good, it can get destroyed. If it's not, it gets rescanned, and then a second staff member comes in behind and puts eyes on it to make sure that we've got everything. So we're trying to make sure that the records don't just exist, but that the quality of them is the best that it can be. And I maintain, Chairman Gardner, that records are cool. Thank you
You
for your
got me
time.
convinced. Okay, you got me convinced. Okay, so, with that, we thank you very much for your presentation. I know we have Mr. Peace Ruggia here with his department GIS. If you wouldn't mind, I know we're running a little bit behind, but we haven't taken a break yet. Can we take a 5-minute break? And then we'll give you whatever time you need, okay? So anyways, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try to get this back in order again. So, anyways, thank you. Peace, I have been recognizing our elected officials as they come through that do not have an opponent, and congratulating them on their reelection, so to speak. But I can't do that for you. However, I can say this: happy birthday.
Appreciate it.
Anyways, we appreciate you taking time on your birthday to come and give us an exciting presentation on GIS, right? And GIS, information technology, telecommunications, those are all listed in the general fund binder or area. We're going to start with GIS, which is starts at page 12, and then we'll jump to page 28 and then 25, go back to 25. So, I know that we looked at about a half hour for this, but we've already eaten 15 minutes of that. But don't look at the clock. Give us your presentation, and we'll take care of it, okay? Thank you.
Appreciate that. Pisu GSCIO for the record. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present the IT budget this morning. Just the mission statement to help empower the county through technology, right? Those are the basics. And just really having a more fiscal responsibility to how we operate, as well as building strong partnerships so we can collaborate and help drive the change and innovation, and also to have an eye on data security as well. Department description, we support all the necessary things for mission critical services. We deliver reliable and secure and innovative technology solutions. And then we want the departments to really focus on the core of their missions and deliver vital services to the community. Performance measures and workload indicators, our really workload breaks down into 3 different categories. So the first is the ticketing analytics. We've gotten kind of a downtick in the total number of tickets that we have, so it breaks down into help desk and GIS. We keep track of all the requests that are coming in. And then the second portion of that is really project work that are internal. And then the last portion is just assisting and facilitating the project work of other departments. I just want to briefly talk about the accomplishments. We did a reorg back in August of last year that this board approved. We added 2 positions, cybersecurity administrator and a web designer at cost neutral. We made cuts to the professional services contracts, as well as cutting software and consolidating the software budget as well. This year we transitioned telecommunications back to tech services. Before it was under emergency management. So we'll be kind of tackling the problems there. And then we transitioned the emergency public safety radio system also under technology services about 3 weeks ago. We had a lot of grant-funded activities last year, including new edge firewalls, as well as doing backup, optimizing backup disaster recovery. And then the big project last year that we participated in was Windows 11. As you know, Microsoft basically forced Windows 10 users to get off of Windows 10. So the deadline was October of last year. So we basically replaced every Windows machine at the county last year. And then we also added the web designer. She started a couple months ago. You want to wave your hand? She's here. And
please give me her name and phone number. Okay, that is something that we have been trying to. I recognize that before I became a commissioner 6-7 years ago, and so we are so excited about that. And And so I have a question, if you don't mind. So not only a web designer, but they're going to be updating on a very regular basis. Is that correct?
Well, I think we're going to partner with the departments to kind of figure that out. But we did add an accessibility plugin to our website currently. So if you go on our homepage, there's a little man you can click on, and it'll give you different accessibility options based on if you have any disabilities. So we'll be working with her and the team to kind of formulate some plans in the next fiscal year to try to improve all of our website. I think we can kind of get to the goals after this.
Yeah,
but,
thank you.
We did add the accessibility, and then we upgraded the community center internet to 1 gig per second. Basically, that represents like a 40x in terms of speed increase for them this year. So goals for next year, I have kind of lofty goals as far as divided up into different categories of our team. So as far as the network infrastructure, we do want to strengthen and refresh the network infrastructure. So if you can kind of think about the network infrastructure as the roads, right, that the information and the data is flowing through. We currently don't have Wi-Fi in most of our county buildings, or they may be like separate systems. So we want to consolidate and aggregate all the different Wi-Fi, upgrade our network infrastructure, and then set us up for kind of success going forward. So that's for the network. We want to
Can I
deploy.
ask you a question right there quickly, if you don't mind? You
Sure.
said expand countywide Wi-Fi connectivity. Is there a chance that we can have one password that would be universal for all of our different?
Well, for county devices, it would be no passwords. So your device would authenticate any building that you're in, right? Would just jump on the Wi-Fi. For the public, we do want to extend some areas and target some areas that we can expand county Wi-Fi, but we want to limit the connectivity as well as some of the security functions there as well. And then the last two things under the network is really deploy the multi-factor authentication for all county accounts, and then develop an incident response plan for tech services in case of a cyber breach or an incident. So the next category is systems and software. We are transitioning and migrating the library IT to technology services. Previously, the IT that serves the libraries was a separate system entirely. We've had a opportunity there with an upcoming retirement for us to bring library IT back into central IT. So that's another goal that the systems team has. And then the refreshing of the county phone system to a modernized VoIP solution. So this is an important one. Currently, we are using a very old technology for our phone system. It constantly has outages, and we want to make sure that that system is reliable. And we
So
just
I need to stop you there too. We have had, so we're using, do we use Frontier?
Yes.
Is this where it's Frontier? Okay. And I have had a number of emails and phone calls about businesses in our community that are experiencing these same problems with Frontier. Are we in communication with Frontier to try to correct those issues?
Yes, absolutely. So we do use Frontier as a vendor on multiple fronts. We've had some incidents. They have really old infrastructure in this region. So that is kind of a big challenge, but they also just got acquired from Verizon as well. So they're kind of in that transition period where they're trying to figure that out. I think we just need to position better solutions for the county and separate those issues out and then tackle them individually, one of which is our phone system. And again, this was not under our responsibility. As about a month ago, this transitioned back over to IT. So we'll be looking at those things. The next thing is the project management and website. So we are looking to redesign and implement a new county intranet. to kind of better communicate with our employees, internal employees, and then redesign the 7 county websites, right? So that's going to be a pretty monumental task, but each one of those has stakeholders as well as elected officials that we have to kind of coordinate through. The only thing that's not included in here is the courts website, which I believe was recently updated using a vendor.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, jump in. Thank you. Jennifer Davison, County Manager, for the record. I do just want to take a moment to commend the technology services for the monumental steps forward that they have made in the last couple of years. A lot of the decisions we were being made in terms of who was taking on responsibility for what across the county was a result of individual departments not feeling best supported by IT at times. And so when departments are not feeling best supported, they decentralize that, the work becomes decentralized, and they start adding positions to work around IT as a department. And that is definitely shifting. I am so proud of this team. There's a lot of trust being reinvested in the department, a lot of faith, and that's due to the wonderful work that they have done and the monumental steps they have taken forward. But this decentralization, I just want to call out and level set some expectations for the county commission moving forward. When you have departments working independently of each other, the 7 websites is a really good example. That's 7 different plus chefs in the kitchen designing a website, touching it at moments. I would describe it as spaghetti on a wall, being constantly flung from multiple different directions. And what our poor web designer is encountering is she'll pick at a piece of spaghetti and then other pieces will fall over here, right? So just expect this to get uglier before it gets better, is what I'm trying to say. This team has a lot of work in front of them. They've inherited a lot of challenges. I have every faith in their ability to step up to the challenge, but please know that as they're unwinding some of the things, their skeletons are going to fall out of the closet, and we'll figure it out as we work through it. So thank you for your patience with them.
The last thing on the website, piece of review for the record, is the mobile-friendly website. So making our county website mobile-friendly in different sizes, if you're on a tablet or a computer or on a mobile device, to make sure that folks can access the website properly, and then in accordance with ADA compliance. There are some new requirements for optimization there as well that will kick into effect next year.
That was mandated by NRS, wasn't it, recently?
Federal government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next portion is GIS. So their goals for the next fiscal year is to modernize GIS applications. I think I want to give a shout outs to our GIS application supervisor, Matt. He has really pushed the envelope in terms of our GIS solution stack. I would venture to say we have one of the more modern enterprise environments that is cloud-based in the region. So modernize and convert all legacy GIS web app builders to Experience Builder. That's their new product that they're pushing. Increase visibility with ArcGIS dashboards for executives, and then conduct formal internal audits of data cleanups for ArcGIS Enterprise and Online. So those are the goals for GIS. And then the last thing, the radios moved over to IT about 3 weeks ago. So these are the goals that I can kind of come up with in those short weeks. The improvement of the public safety emergency radio system. So we have a huge debt in terms of the infrastructure that is holding our emergency public safety radios up. So we want to try to replace all of the copper phone lines, replace the infrastructure, make upgrades to them, so that the public has reliable first responder communication. And then just auditing the conventional VHF system to be more future ready. So we have a big kind of monumental task ahead of us.
Mr. Chairman, if I may also jump in here, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I just wanted to give the commission some insight as to why the County Manager's Office management team made these decisions in consultation with Peace to move these responsibilities under his umbrella. One, we have full faith and confidence in their ability to accomplish these goals and objectives. But also, we think it moves the ball forward for another member of the County Manager's Office team, which is emergency management. So previously, emergency manager, management director Kara Easton was taking on these responsibilities, and her team had done a great job on that front. However, we hired her to do emergency management. She needs to get back to that. Her focus, we had some very specific things that we wanted to see her concentrate on: training of the county, putting us in a space where we can be more resilient and more capable to respond in times of emergency, which we all know. Douglas County is either on fire or underwater at any moment. I get quoted a lot in the newspaper for saying that. So she needs the time to focus on those initiatives, and that means that Peace is going to be on these technology-related pieces to move us forward on the radio front. And I thank him for stepping up. I ultimately believe very strongly that this is where this responsibility should lie. And I'm excited for him to work with our partner agencies and stakeholders on making the radio system successful. Thank you.
Can I jump in on this?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a response to that?
Oh, yes. Peace Regia for the record. I also want to mention that the radio project is in unison with, so the leadership of Kathy Lewis, our Chief Operating Officer. She has really designed and implemented a stakeholder group as well as a radio user group. So we're meeting regularly now with the fire chief, the two fire chiefs, as well as the sheriff and the COO. And we are really tackling this from a user perspective as well. So, and Kara Easton will be also a stakeholder in that meeting.
Jumping in on this, while we were in Washington, D.C. last month, Commissioner Tolbert and I advocated for community-directed funding, I think that's the right phrase, which the senators have some ability to spend some money for their communities, and this was the thing that rose to the top of the county's request list, is to get funds to pay for some of the actual equipment that's needed along with this. So we really appreciate the concerted effort, the collaborative effort the county's making to see if we can get this updated and where it should be. So thank you for doing your part on that.
Thank you.
I have one other, if you're done with goals, I have one other thought to throw out, and I'll preface by saying I really appreciate how your mission speaks to innovation, driving innovation throughout our county, so that we can be more, do more with less. And I think that's awesome. I think you have an ambitious set of goals. I think it's exciting how well your department's doing. Whenever I've needed anything or been familiar with anything you've done, it's just been excellent. So thank you for all of that. That said, I do want to throw out an idea. I have had members of the public ask me, what are we doing with AI to make our county more efficient, to provide better results with fewer employees? And the one that I have in mind in particular is community development. There's some labor-intensive stuff, plan reviews, things like that potentially could benefit from the use of AI or other innovative technologies. So I don't want to add to your list, but I'm throwing that out for your thoughts.
Peace Regia for the record. Yes, I think one of the things that we're really looking to do is to kind of assist and design the county to perform their functions better. And that means being more cost effective, So doing it for cheaper, being more productive, being more efficient and doing things faster, delivery of services, and doing it more accurately. And I think that all those things together would have a better, a positive citizen impact. One of the things that has to happen before that is the facilitation and modernization of these systems, right? If we're running off of a 15-year-old system, we're not able to modify our services to enable those AI, efficiencies. So I think one of the things that we're really trying to do is to partner with these departments to kind of understand their projects and then participate in them. So for example, what you mentioned was community development. They are in the process of rolling out, I think it's like next week, they are in the process of rolling out a new permitting system and upgrade. So we were really working hand in hand with that department to facilitate that move to a modernized system. And then once we are moved to a modern system, then we can evaluate those things such as efficiency gains or speeds. We would have the data available to make things and set goals and metrics, right? How long does it take for me to get a business permit? And can we get better, right? So I think those are the activities that we're trying to participate in. I think a lot of the work that we're currently doing is very foundational. So we did inherit a lot of technology debt, infrastructure debt. So we are really trying to address those things so that we position ourselves and have better readiness so that when we adopt these like newer tools such as AI, we're able to do that, right? If we're still doing forms on paper and pen, right, we won't be able to kind of migrate to an AI system.
That's a really good answer. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. Peace Ruggia for the record. So I just wanted to take a look at our full-time equivalent positions. So we do have 3 FTE positions in GIS, and then 14 positions that breaks out into network, software, and then project management in the IT functions. In the middle there. And then to the right, we just recently inherited the radio technicians. So we have 2 FTEs for that. Just to give you an example of how lean we're operating, Washoe County's radio NSRS system manages 15 radio towers, and they have 8 employees. We manage 14 radio towers, and we have 2 employees. So I think you can kind of see why we wanted this under IT with additional resources from the middle column there supporting the activities of the radio technicians.
I'm going to ask you to stop here, and I know that you don't have your entire team here, but you have quite a few members of your team. Could you ask those individuals to introduce themselves and tell us where they fit in this? I'm going to put them on the spot because usually they're downstairs in dark corners. Okay, so yeah, so please.
Hi, I'm Cameron
1,
Betts.
2,
I'm
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the 19. Okay.
Yeah, about half of the stack there. I'm Cameron Betts. I'm the systems administrator here. Currently the only acting one at the moment, so got my hands on a lot of fun things, helping out with CommDev, being a resource for them as well. So a lot of the behind the scenes stuff is what I'm doing.
Okay. Welcome to daylight.
Mike Avila for the record. Nice to see you guys again. I'm the IT project manager, so I'm responsible for the project management side of our department as well as the web designer. She is one of my staff member, so we are really looking forward to the most exciting thing that everyone talks about, the website. We are going to really take a measured and collaborative approach both with our internal stakeholders, the employees, but also I'm looking to also engage the public. Because they deserve, I want to get their opinion. And they're the ones who need the access to those services. So thank you and look forward for all of that in the future.
Hello, I'm Lauren Lassos for the record, and I am a relatively new IT support coordinator. I am the first person that people reach out to that I help on a daily basis. So I see this department has a lot of promise, and I'm very excited to be a part of the team. So yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Tani Sverdlin. I'm the new web designer. I started in January, so I'm working with Mike on all those exciting projects.
Hi, I'm Susan Stugart, the administrative assistant, and I try and keep this department running smoothly, along with peace.
Thank you for your efforts.
Okay, Peace Regia for the record. So those are the FTEs, and then expenditures. I just want to maybe stop for a second. So I do want to dispel the idea of IT folks in a dark, basement. We are in the basement, but I think one of the things that we're really trying to do is to take a collaborative approach to everything. One of the things that I can point out with GIS, this is the expenditure for GIS. And I want to kind of give a shout out to the GIS team this year for doing working with community development on the Oracle mapping integration, as well as working with 911. We updated all the mapping for dispatch, as well as redistricting for elections this year. And also the assessors, we upgraded, I think, about 266 parcels in the database in the last 6 months. So as you can see, we are a very collaborative department that works with a lot of different departments and takes on their challenges as well. So pretty flat as far as the budget for the next fiscal year. Yes.
So the first line item there was the aerial imagery. I guess my question is what is that paying for? I mean, I thought that the aerial imagery kind of came through with, like the Google Access and what's already provided through Esri. What exactly is that part of the fee of being able to use it, or are we actually getting more aerials and getting more COGO or not COGO, contour information, or what is coming through on that particular line item?
Matt Richardson, GIS supervisor. So that line item is for the flights, which actually are being flown this week for the new aerial imagery for this year. We have coordinated with the assessor's office as of last year, so we're now flying every year versus every 2 years. So that is the portion that is set aside through the county to pay for this portion of the flight, and that's currently happening. It usually happens in April because of the weather. It's actually happening about a month earlier now to get it before too much leafage and kind of gets blocked on there, but that flight is actually happening now. So we then provide that imagery back to Esri for the base maps so that it's accessible to anybody who needs that. But there are still companies who still ask for the specific tiles of the imagery, which we are able to send them. But that cost is for actual flight and updated
So it's
information.
actually our proprietary.
Correct.
Nice. And is there updated contours coming with that, or is it just the imagery?
So that is just imagery, but the process through USGS and their 3-depth mapping program is the most recent contour elevation tin models that is available, and we point people directly to USGS to download that through the national map process. But if there are specific areas that you need help assist downloading contours for, we can help with that. But that is the most current contour data that we currently have, and that is from 2022, I believe. So it's not too old.
I will say that ours is the coolest of any of the regions and I deal with all of them. So just so it will give you a tip of the hat. Our GIS portal is top notch in the region.
A piece before you go on. I see a significant decrease in software there. Maybe you can address that.
Yes, Peace Regia for the record. So as you can see, our IT expenditures went down. We used the software as well as the professional consulting services to reduce our budget and add 2 positions. So it was the web designer as well as a cybersecurity administrator. And then we did additionally cut $50,000 from the small equipment budget. The top line item, the telephone and communication, I think you can see that we added $22,000, but that's a budget transfer.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions about the IT budget? Okay, the next line item is the radio expenditure. As you can see, we did transfer that $22,000 back over to the telecommunication budget to make it simpler to pay for that out of one account. And then lastly, we pretty much had a flat ask there as far as the radios are concerned. Capital requests, we did submit 3 capital requests, one for the network refresh project, that is the infrastructure for our whole county. And we are planning to pay for that out of the assigned use fund that accumulates based out of a gaming tax. And then the next item is the phone system refresh project. I think one of the things that we are several years behind, and I'm not sure if I want to say for the record how many years behind we are on the phone system. But we do want to, I think there's some financial efficiency gains. And I think going back to like the AI discussion, we're constantly looking at things to improve so that we can do more with less, right? So as far as the phone system is concerned, if we did upgrade the phone system and got the funds for that, it would be a one-time fee, and we would also have a huge reduction in our annual budget for the phone system. And then the last thing is we are looking to consolidate our security camera systems across the county. We have a lot of departments that have different requirements and camera systems that are owned by different entities. We want to really consolidate all of them under one umbrella, which makes it easier to manage and maintain. And we have some systems that are older. For example, China Spring is one that we want to do a replacement, rip and replace all the cameras in that facility as well, because they're aging and unable to be really upgraded. So that is the ask for the security camera system. And that is all I have. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me.
I don't suppose there's any way for you to rank those asks? Or are they already in?
Yeah,
what's your most important?
Top line item is the network refresh project. We are looking to use the assigned, with the approval of this board, we are looking to use the assigned use fund for that. So that would be internally funded using our gaming funds. Last year, what we used that gaming fund for was to do an upgrade on our CAD system, so our dispatch, police Spillman system. This year, we want to kind of make those network upgrades. I think those are going to be the biggest gains. I think number 2 would be the phone system refresh. And then the security camera consolidation, I think that is really like a future goal. I think you heard the sheriff talk about Axon Fusus yesterday, which would be able to have a single pane of glass of all the security cameras at the county. Right now, we have just a hodgepodge of different systems and variabilities. You might have a security camera that's at the park that's only recording on an SD card, or you might have different systems for different departments, right? So we want to kind of consolidate all of those.
Additional questions, commissioners? Commissioner Rice, any observations?
No, sir. I'm pleased with the progress being made, and I'm also pleased that every time my doggone machine stops working, they fix it. I like that.
Amen. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Very enlightening, and we appreciate it. So we're a few minutes behind, but anyways, staff has brought us, the commissioners, in some refreshments in the back. So we are not going to take a full 1 hour break. Ms. Taylor, I hope you'll indulge us with that. But anyways, we will return at 1 o'clock as scheduled for normal return. And at that time, I believe our Public Works Director, Phil Richter, will be here for the Public Works section, right? So, okay. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're now. Okay, it's 1 o'clock, so we're back on schedule. I think Commissioner Colbert, are you on your way? Okay, we'll let's check in with Commissioner Rice. Were you able to rejoin us?
I am, sir.
Oh, there you go. Good, good. I hope Eileen provided you with a bite to eat.
She did that, and as usual, it was delightful.
Very good, very good. So, anyways, okay, it's 1 o'clock. I'll call the meeting back to order, and we are welcoming our Director of Public Works, Phil Richter, and go into the Public Works section of the, and that's quite a long section. It's scheduled for a couple of hours. So, Mr. Richter, welcome and thank you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yeah, we'll be going through all of the funds and divisions within Public Works this afternoon.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you because I forgot to mention that we're now on page 4 of the special revenue portion of the binder, or if you're watching online. And then we'll continue through that process. So each time we'll try to identify which page we're on so that the public can join us for that. So anyway, sorry for the interruption, and I hope you don't mind. As we have questions, as usual, we'll just ask questions as we go through the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so the first fund I'm going to talk about is our Solid Waste Management Fund. It is it is a special revenue fund, which is through a franchise fee or franchise agreement. As you know, we brought forward a new franchise agreement. I think last board meeting or the one prior to that. That is now in place again for the next 20 years with Douglas Disposal down here in the valley. A couple of years ago, in 2024, we brought forward a new franchise agreement for the Tahoe Basin with South Tahoe Refuse, and that one is through a joint powers agreement with the 3 entities at the lake: Douglas County on the Nevada side, City of South Lake Tahoe, and then El Dorado County make up the jurisdiction up there. In terms of performance measures, the one that we will reference here is the recycling report. There is a statewide, in NRS, there's a state requirement, or a goal, I should say, on the statewide level for 25% diversion from the landfill with recycling programs. That is mandatory in Clark County and Washoe County. It is a suggestion or suggested in Carson, Douglas, Elko, Lyon, and Nye, the other counties I've shown here. It is it's a must in the first two, in the two largest counties. It is wouldn't it be nice in the others? And then in the smaller counties, there is no requirement. I mention this only because the red line that you're seeing there is the state target of 25%. Washoe is just at or below that mark in the last statewide recycling report. Douglas County exceeds that, as does Lyon County. So we are one of the top counties in the state with regards to diversion from the landfill.
And that's without any formal recycling program, right?
That is without any recycling, without any mandated recycling or curbside recycling. Correct. It's through our recycling locations throughout the county, as well as the recyclables taken directly to the transfer station. There is a significant amount of sorting that goes on at the transfer station as well to increase that. The other advantage Douglas County has is we have a very large green waste recycling community here in terms of between with Bentley and I think with the other the towns themselves, but in terms of the location where it can be disposed of is both the Bentley site and then also the Full Circle compost site. We divert quite a lot of green waste from the landfill. Goals and accomplishments, again, is just to continue to fund infrastructure upgrades at the county-owned transfer station through the franchise fees, managing the agreements between Douglas Disposal and South Tahoe Refuse for collection both here in the valley and then at the lake. And then we also fund all of the solid waste disposal expenses for the county facilities, as well as some of the GIDs and in portions of the town. Accomplishes this past year was the, again, as I mentioned, the new 20-year franchise agreement with Douglas Disposal. There's no staff full-time with regards to the solid waste management. It is simply administrative services dealing with the billing and agreement management and other elements like that. So there's just over a half a full-time equivalent. In terms of revenue, it is predominantly from the franchise fees between Douglas Disposal here in the valley, which makes up the vast majority of it, and then the South Tahoe Refuse, and then some investment income. There is also the rent and lease income, which is under Douglas County Code. The transfer station has to be owned by the county, which it is, and we lease that back to Douglas Disposal to operate and maintain. You'll notice a decrease of about $100,000 projected for franchise fees from Douglas Disposal this coming year. That is a direct result of the new franchise agreement and the removal of the exclusive franchise right for construction and debris collection services. So opening that up to the other construction and debris haul-off companies will result in about a $100,000 decrease in franchise fees.
Can I ask you a question? Wouldn't that be replaced by whoever?
No.
Because it's going to be private. They can go contract out privately and do it. So the other companies are not going to be paying anything to Douglas County for that service.
That's correct. Phil Ritker for the record. Yeah, the franchise fees are paid when material is brought to the transfer station. So most of these, most if not all of the vast majority of the companies that do construction debris have, I'll call their businesses are established in Carson. Operating in Douglas and other areas, but they establish their business in Carson so that they can directly utilize the Carson landfill. From an expenditure standpoint, we always budget funds for any state water testing at the landfill sites. So even though we don't operate a landfill, we have two historic landfills in Douglas County, one at the lake that has been capped, and then also the landfill that's off of Dump Road, which has also been capped. So we budget for potentials for having to do any kind of water or infiltration type testing at those locations. We haven't had to do any in the past several years. But it's just prudent from the standpoint of setting aside some funds for that. Other than that, the other major expense within this fund is the refuse cost itself, the $330,000, which is for all of the waste services at county-owned facilities and reimbursements to some of the towns and GIDs. And then also for the recycling expense. You'll see that that's there. So we fund the collection sites, the 4 or 5 collection sites that are around the county. In terms of the special revenue reserve funding requests, capital requests for this fund, we have one still on the books, which is an upgrade for the communications at the transfer station. It's to bring fiber out to that location. And then the second now that we're adding this year is to upgrade the weigh scales at the transfer station. Those two projects are actually sort of interconnected because the new scales and scale technology will require higher speed communication systems to be able to work effectively. So we're looking at funding that in cooperation with Douglas Disposal. And with that, I'm opening up for questions on solid waste.
Commissioners? Commissioner Rice?
No, sir. I am privileged to sit on the board for the South Tahoe portion of this. And I want you to know that we do a very good job of keeping the rates down and making sure that the people providing the service are giving us what we're paying for. So I'm very happy with the way Phil has led the charge on that.
Thank you. And I have no questions, so at this time then, we'll go to Public Works Fund 232, Road Operating, and that will be Special Revenue tab, page 26, if you're following along. And we're joined by our Mr. Josh Nordlow. I'm not exactly sure what his title is currently. Acting Traffic Engineer. Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. And as you mentioned, Josh Nordlow, who's the acting traffic transportation engineering manager. So we actually will have sort of 3 funds in a row here that we will be introducing, and that is the Road Operating Fund 232, the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District Fund 236, and then we'll finish with the Regional Transportation Fund, Fund 430. So the department description here for the road operating and Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, the two combined really, is that the road operating maintains all the county road systems through sort of general maintenance, plowing, grading of gravel roads, street signs, street sweeping, traffic signal, and street light repair operations. And that fund is really for the funding those operations here in the valley. The Tahoe Douglas Transportation District utilizes or does the same types of activities up at the lake, but it uses the funds from the TDTD, and it also participates in sort of the transit operations at the lake.
When you talk about the street light repair, we have an ordinance about light pollution mitigation, right? I don't know that all of our street lights currently comply, but as we have repairs to those, where we are putting in light pollution mitigating lights as a retrofit, are we doing that?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. We are. Most of those lights, though, are in the major corridor areas are on state roads and managed through NDOT, or not NDOT, through NV Energy directly. So it's their light systems, and if they're upgrading to the Cobra, to the downlit Cobra lights, that's what they're doing in those locations. We do have some ancillary areas, rurals, where we are maintaining lights, and that is the goal, I think, in any of those locations to
My
do
bad,
that.
I forgot about that. Yep.
So, In terms of performance measures and just the general workload, as I said, the road operating fund is maintaining pavement. We're grading roadside ditches, grading gravel roads. We refreshed pavement markings and striping, and signs and signals for visibility and functionality. That's the primary objectives there within the funding we have. And at the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District side of it, it's really pavement preservation on a few roads at the lake. We call life cycle replacement program, which is Lake Parkway, Village Drive. There's some major roads up there that are under our jurisdiction outside of the GIDs, and it's really about looking at how we fund those through the TDT dollars over a life cycle program to maintain those in good condition up there. And then we participate with TRPA in their transportation plan at the lake. You want to talk about the goals?
Josh Nordlow, Public Works. The goals of the road department, we're trying to purchase 2 new dump trucks with snowplow and sander attachments. Those equipment that we have are aging pretty well. We intend to crack seal, do patching and overlays in-house. We will put out a chip and slurry seal for the regional roads that we do annually. And then for local roads, we sweep, we do the grading like Pine Nut out to Pine Nut 2 Road. We do Centennial. We will continue to take care of the roads, what's within our powers. We're replacing signs that are worn out, that are missing. And then we are also working on a master signal agreement with NDOT. We have every signal almost we have in the valley and at the lake all have a different agreement. They're all a little bit different. So we're working with NDOT to try to get one cookie cutter agreement. That way everything's the same across the board. Accomplishments, we've been maintaining the roads that we have within our funding constraints. And we're trying to maintain relationships with our residents that we'll be out striping roads here soon. We're getting ready to order new paint to get all the striping redone on the roads after the winter. And once again, we'll be out replacing worn out faded signs as well.
So I'll jump in on that one really quick, just to let you know you don't hear the good very often, but you're maintaining relationships with residents. I've received comments several times about how great the grading has been now on Pine Nut. And it seems like there was a renewed or increased effort out there, and I've heard from several residents that benefit from that and how happy they are. So just trying to pay that forward because you don't always hear the good.
Josh Norla, Public Works. Thank you. Yes, we got a bunch of material off of Kingsbury Grade that the state was getting rid of, and we took it out there and added to the material that was there. There's some clay material and whatnots, and addressed that and did a bunch of grading and got it fixed. Hopefully it'll stay.
I just would like to ask about this maintaining relationships with residents and maintaining roads within funding constraints. I don't have a clear picture in my mind of whether you work on a schedule and a rotation, or whether you work by phone call, complaint, oh, we better go do that, or if there's some combination of the two. Could you explain how that works?
Josh Nordlow, Public Works. Yes, we do respond a lot reactively to resident complaints. We do have our program where we do our slurry seals and chip seals on pavement. Those are set up by the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index. So we have every 3 years we've been getting our roads rated. We've been entering a contract with Campo, and a truck or van drives around and measures cracks and road distresses, and we get a rating on our pavement. Depending on the rating on our pavement, we have kind of whether they can be chip sealed, or whether they need to be overlaid, or whether they're passed and need to be rebuilt. So our program, we use that PCI to decide on what roads we're going to work on. And then we kind of move around the valley, and I try to group these projects together. So like if I'm going to work in Johnson Lane, I'll try to hit as many roads as I can in Johnson Lane. Or if I'm on Jacks Valley, I'll try to get as many roads that are kind of in that area. So we get a better price from our contractor doing that work, from mobilization, demobilization, traffic control and stuff like that. So we use the PCI, and it's a rating from 0 to 100. 100's good, 0's bad. And at certain points in that PCI, we get recommended whether we can do a chip or slurry seal over that, or whether we can do an overlay, or if it's past that and it's ready for rebuild. Does that answer your question?
Do you have a maintenance schedule for every road, or does it just depend on what the PCI is then?
Josh Norlow, Public Works. It's more on the PCI. We don't have every road with a certain date when we will be on that road to do that work. And some of that is, I could tell you that we were going to fix Buckeye this year, and then we have a terrible winter, and Buckeye didn't get hit, but another piece of pavement did get hit, and we'd have to move what we need to do to a different piece of pavement. So that's why I said we kind of do a lot of the reactive, depending on what happens with the winters around here, etc.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So I
Phil
don't know
Rickard.
if I don't know if this comment belongs here or somewhere else, but one of the accomplishments that I've seen, one of the compliments that I've seen is the signage, the flashing signage and speed limit signage that we have put into Riverview off of 395 into the Ranchos. And I can tell, and I travel that road probably 2 or 3 times, 4 times a week. And I can tell you, just a flashing sign where you're even a little bit above the speed limit alerts you to slow down. And I think that has had tremendous impact in that area of slowing down traffic and making that bypass or that thoroughfare there a lot more safer for our residents. So that's what I've heard. And so incredible accomplishment in my mind. So I don't know if you're addressing that in another slide somewhere else in your presentation of Public Works, but if not, then we need to put that up there. So, yeah.
Phil Rickard, Director of Public Works, for the record. I want to come back to Commissioner Hale's question. Josh did a wonderful job addressing what we do for regional roads, because the funding for that is in the regional transportation budget, in terms of the PCI index and the funds that we have available to do the slurry seals and chip seals. We budget somewhere around, or have ability to budget in that fund right now about $700,000 to maybe $750,000 a year, which is enough to accomplish maybe 10 miles of road on an annual basis. And as you said, we group that together as to what the needs are based on PCI in terms of trying to preserve pavement, so that it does not get to the point of needing to be reconstructed or rebuilt. That funding does not exist within the 232 fund, which we're talking about, which is really for the local roads. This is all the local roads. So when you ask if there is a schedule for local roads, no, because it would be a moot effort essentially to try to schedule roads when there is zero funding to be able to do it. So all we really can do on local roads within the 232 budget is patching, just going on and patching major issues or areas of concern. But in terms of being able to resurface a road or do a chip seal or a slurry seal or rehabilitate a road in its entirety, there's very limited funding for that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just jump in here, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. I think this commission's very familiar with this road funding conversation because we did a comprehensive workshop, 100 slides on why roads are a big issue for Douglas County. I would encourage members of the public to go back and view that workshop. It's 2 hours of us talking about how complex this program is and how limited our funding is. For context, I would remind the board when we talk about the 232 road operating fund, there's around $1.5 million total available to be stretched across 600 square miles of a county, over 200 miles of roads that the county has agreed to accept responsibility of maintenance for. Comparatively speaking, when you look at the town of Minden's operating budget, I'm familiar with it because I used to be the Minden town manager. The total amount of ad valorem collected by the town of Minden when I was manager was around 1 million. I suspect it's closer to 1.2, 1.3 today. That's for around somewhere between 20 to 30 miles of road. We have close to the same amount of money. Minden has other responsibilities in addition to roads, but we really need to have a tough conversation about road funding. And I applaud this board. I think one of the pieces that got lost in the sauce yesterday, we spent 2 seconds on something that I expected this board to really applaud yourselves for. This board took a really positive step forward when you made the commitment to take the $1 million that we are transferring out to the stormwater program and to shift that back to road funding. For a fund like this, that doubles the amount of resources we have available to spend on roads. That is going to have a significant impact, and we look forward to talking to you more about what that looks like. But that requires your continued commitment to the formation of a stormwater utility. Otherwise, that funding will not be available. So keep that in mind as we continue this conversation on roads. We're not going to be able to crack this nut in one budget conversation and through one movement with the creation of the stormwater utility, but we can take the most significant steps forward this county has in the last decade if we stay this course and we keep chipping away at these difficult, politically complex conversations. I thank you for your leadership on this issue.
So can you say we would now have two nickels to rub together?
And to put it also in context, I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. Jennifer, because when I talked to Eric Nielsen, town manager of the town of Gardnerville, he talks about 25 miles of infrastructure and a budget of about 1.2 million. TRE, Topaz Ranch Estates, has one more mile of infrastructure, 26 miles, and their annual income is about 300K, okay? And Eric says 1.2 is not enough for 25, and they have less than a quarter of that for one more mile of roads. So it's a conundrum throughout the county, and quite frankly, it's becoming a conundrum around the nation because our road taxes or our ability to fund roads is staying level, if not going down, and yet our costs are exponentially going up by the day. So we applaud you for what you can accomplish with so little resources, I guess.
Okay, Phil Richter, Director of Public Works for the record. In terms of full-time equivalent positions within road operating, this is within road operating itself, there are just over nine full-time equivalents. 8 of those are direct line operators between the road maintenance coordinator, two operator seniors, a science specialist, and then 4 road maintenance operators. So 8 of those that head count is direct labor out in the field, and then you've got some administrative service functions, and then the engineering service functions in there. Bringing us back to the revenue side, as County Manager Davidson mentioned, total revenue budget for road operating is about $1.5 million, just over that, which is projected to be a decrease from last year. Again, it's predominantly driven by gasoline tax. As you remember from the road presentation of last April, gas tax is a diminishing revenue, and in Douglas County, it is we we only collect tax on gas, unleaded fuel, not on diesel. So there's no diesel gas tax in Douglas County. So that would be additional revenue that would go to this line if that was available. In terms of expenditures, we budget around where we're actually going to be able to increase budget this year by about $80,000 by shifting from snow removal, which we maintain here internally in the valley. Again, as I said, this road operating fund is the valley operations. So we're going to be shifting $80,000 from snow removal and augmenting the material and supply line. Material and supplies down here in the valley is the patching materials, the crack seal, slurry seal, or chip seal type materials that we use to do maintenance on the local roads. That's the predominant expenditure there.
Can you explain what that means programmatically?
In terms of,
Like, so we're not going to be doing as much snow removal, and we're going to put more into the.
it will. So the snow removal, we're moving contracts around. So you'll see in the next when I talk about the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District Fund, $80,000, well, not quite 80, but about $60,000 of that snow removal contract is being moved to the lake to appropriately bill that fund for operations at the lake, which is where we contract it out. So instead of doing a transfer, we're doing it direct through that operation. When we talk about the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, again, this is mainly administrative up there, along with some engineering time. There's very few roads that are maintained by the county at the lake. I'm trying to think how many miles it is up there. Yeah, roughly 3.5 miles between Lake Parkway and, is it Village Drive?
Phil, as I look at these slides on your FTEs, we're seeing these .29s or what these .0s, whatever. That doesn't mean, okay, so your staff actually has multi-functions, right? And so these are cost allocations that you're taking an employee and you're cost allocating part of it to this fund, part of that and those funds, right? Is that the way it works?
Yes, this is, the way these charts are, the way we put the charts together this year with finance is it's all based on cost allocation across the funds. And in a department like, in an organization like Public Works, there is quite a bit of cost allocation especially my administrative staff and the engineering staff when it comes to this type of thing. So you'll see some charts here that are a little bit more confusing probably than anybody else. On the days we work on TD projects and stuff, I show up for a tenth of an hour in the morning, and then I leave, and then I reconvene as the water fund. And then I reconvene as a sewer fund throughout the day. It gets confusing for me too.
Would you say it requires an engineering degree to put together the time equivalents?
You either have to be insane or have an engineering degree, one of the two. I'm not sure which. In terms of revenue, again, it's the revenue for the TD fund comes from room tax. Now it's allocated both between the general room tax as well as the VHR room tax at the lake. I think you heard yesterday that fund is projected to be lower this year. So we're budgeting less for that. So hence a decrease in total revenue on the TD fund. Expenses, again, here's where we have a snow removal budget at the lake of around $68,000. There'll be a supplemental request here that you'll see to increase that because we're moving contracts that are at the lake into this fund. And then the room tax distribution is to the transit functions at the lake. So that's the largest line item up there. As I said, here's our operating expense increase. We're asking for an increase of around 65,000, a little over that, to bring that total budget to 134,000. And that is for the contracts at the lake. They are, we're in a contract for the areas around Kingsbury, or the main area within the county. We also have contracts within the Kale Drive, as well as a couple of other areas around the lake that we do the snow removal up there. From a capital request standpoint, we have been allocating on an annual basis about $1 million for a reconstruction of Lake Parkway. This will be a major rehabilitation, I should say. It's going to be a mill and then refill of that road. With this budget cycle and set aside of another $1 million, we will have a total budget of around $4 million, which should put us in a position to be able to actually go out for bid on this project. That's the engineer's estimate at this point, but that's what we're waiting on to achieve the funding level we need to be able to actually contract this project out. Are there questions on the road operator or Tahoe Douglas Transportation District before I move on?
I did have one question on the line item from mining. It was 0. Where does the money coming back from Painted Rock Mine come in? I know that's minimal so far since this is the first year, but is that not that fund, or is that a different fund?
We'll have finance.
Hi, Carolyn Sheffo. The money from Painted Rock Mine is being put in Fund 297, which is our restricted funds account. So that's where we put all of our money that has special purpose.
Okay, any additional questions, commissioners? Okay, so at this time, we are going to the...
No, I'm sorry. I was asking if there are any questions on those first two funds, TDTD or the road operating. If you're ready, I'll move on to Fund 430.
Yes, that's where I was asking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where I was. We're on the same page.
Got
okay. If there's no other questions, then we'll go into Fund 430, Regional Transportation. I just wanted to point out to the public what page that's on. That is on page, that is in the Capital Projects tab of your notebook, page 9. Right? Yes. Okay. You may proceed.
Is there a touch screen?
Keep the mouse instead.
Oh, no.
We got it.
Okay. I want to go back into the presentation view. Why don't you take regional transportation?
All right, Josh Nordlow, Public Works for the record. This is the Regional Transportation Fund 430. Our mission statements to maintain safe roads for all. That includes pedestrians, cyclists, bus routes, everybody. Our department description is responsible for the design, facilitation, and administration of regional road construction through capital improvement projects. It also includes reconstruction of existing regional roads, and construction of new roads and maintaining engineering standards for all those types of transportation that we want safe roads for. Our performance measures and workload indicators. We try to meet project needs required to maintain safe roads for all. We try to meet the development agreements that we get put in front of us to help design. And we also meet projects as identified in the Transportation Master Plan. We're getting an RFP out to redo the Transportation Master Plan presently. So we'll be getting some updates to that in the near future. Our goals and accomplishments, our road pavement preservation program. We slurry and chip seal all of our regional roads. Are planning to improve traffic safety and the level of service on our roads. That includes signals and things like that, roundabouts. We're working on a Safe Streets for All plan presently to piggyback off of our Safe Routes to School plan that we just got done a couple of years ago. And we are working on getting some geotechnical reports for some pavement reconstruction on Kimmerling Road and the Pine Nut Road in between the Moeller Parkway expansion and East Valley Road. Our accomplishments are our annual chip and slurry seals on all our regional roads that we do, and then Moeller Parkway, which is under construction presently. Full-time equivalents on this, 1.7. This is mostly the transportation engineering manager and the civil engineer position. That eats up most of that full-time equivalent. The revenue summary. So, go for it.
Phil Richard, Director of Public Works. Revenue, again, going back to the April presentation on road funding, this is the one, the regional transportation is one of the funds that does have dedicated funding to it at this point, both from ad valorem. So there is a small carve out within the property tax for this. Totals about $1.96 million is what's budgeted for this next upcoming year. The other major thing in here is the gasoline tax, which is part of a state mandate as well as a county option. And that again is about $1.94 million. So total revenue within the regional transportation is about $4.4 million. And that is projected to be down from last year. From the expense standpoint, as you see, we're budgeting $780,000 for under major repair and maintenance. That is the annual slurry seal project. And then what doesn't show up on these, I apologize, is the bond payments. So we bonded for a lot of major reconstruction of roads. Thinking, I don't remember what year it was, but anyway, the bond payments for that are what are being paid out of the RTC. So that was the reconstruction of, at the time, Jacks Valley Road. We did Centerville, did Buckeye. I don't think what else was built into there. There was a significant number of roads that were completely rebuilt at that time with that bond funding.
Josh Norlow, Public Works for record. It also included Dump Road, Toller, Waterloo Lane, and Dresslerville, and Waterloo between 88 and 756.
From an operating expense standpoint, one of the increases that we're requesting in this year's RTC budget is $250,000 for signal maintenance. We contract that with Carson City. They maintain This is kind of an odd one. I mean, our signals within Douglas County are predominantly along state roads, or at state intersections with state roads. It's one of those nice unfunded mandates from the state where they put the signal in and then dedicate it to the county and we maintain it. Working with Carson City, they maintain staff to be able to do this. It's becoming more and more technical in nature, and more costly. So we're looking at a projected increase next year from this year's budget of about $115,000 to $250,000 for signal maintenance. So signals are not cheap to install and definitely not cheap to maintain. That's problematic. So that's the one increase we're looking at.
In that regard, it's my understanding in talking with previous or traffic, what's the title? Traffic. Okay, the previous transportation engineering manager, John Erb. So it's my understanding that he indicated that a four-way signal to put in is somewhere right in the $1 million range, is what he told me a couple of months ago. So I know that we're waiting for, it's been approved, I believe, by NDOT to put a three-way signal in at Stodic and 395. But the individual developers of that area are the ones that are responsible for the installation of that. But then we're going to have to maintain it. Is that recognized?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yes, that's correct. The development itself is responsible for the installation of that signalized intersection. But once that's in, it becomes the county's responsibility to maintain in the future.
And then, businesses at the Lucerne area of 395 also have indicated that a signal was supposed to go in there years ago, but has never been put in. Do you have any information on that?
Josh Nordlow, Public Works. Some of these developments, when they come through, they contribute to a possible signal in the future, depending on what their traffic burden will be on that intersection. Lucerne, some of those businesses did provide money for a future signal at Lucerne. From my understanding, it still hasn't met warrants to install a signal there from NDOT.
Wow, you've driven that lately. I know I drive it quite a bit, and it's a very dangerous intersection. So, and then of course, as I understand it, the infrastructure is in at 395 and Muller on the north end of town. Do we have any indication of when we're expecting the installation of signal equipment there?
Josh Nordlow, Public Works. The infrastructure is in at the North Muller 395 connection. NDOT has let us know that they don't think it is up to date and it may need to be updated. They've reached out to me recently to discuss that they are trying to redesign that signal in that intersection. They got a bunch of background information for me in the past month, so they are starting to look at it. I would imagine it comes in near when Muller Parkway pops through.
I realize there's probably questions for RTC versus this exchange, but
this is the RTC fund, so you're there.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. And then under capital requests, and I will preface this by saying this is unfunded, but just from a standpoint of, I think when someone asked of the priorities for various areas, this kind of shows the list, the top 4 items that we have on the regional transportation plan for reconstruction. Right now, top on that list is the Pine Nut Road reconstruction. That has a price tag, engineering estimate of about $2.5 million. But as I said, it's currently unfunded. So, and then there are others. I've only listed the 4, but under the transportation plan, which will be approved by the RTC probably later in April, will be the entire outline of all of the roads within the county in terms of their priority list, essentially. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Any additional questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Rice? You're unseen but not forgotten.
Sir, sitting here pondering what I should ask. I can't think of anything at the moment.
Okay, so we'll move on. Commissioner Tolbert? You look like you're pondering a question.
We asked as we went. So yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And then I guess we'll move on to Public Works Other. This is the general fund, funds 101 through 521, and that's in the general fund tab, page 87, I believe. And we have joining us Mr. Jeff McDonnell, I see. So welcome, Jeff.
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yes, the fund now that we're going to talk about is in the general fund. It's the building services. And with no further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Jeff and let him talk about his department.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeff McDonnell, Fleet and Facilities Manager, for the record. So our mission statement for building services, we want to provide efficient, high-quality maintenance of all of the Douglas County facilities for the health and well-being and convenience of our citizens, visitors, and staff. Our description, we maintain building appearance, function, safety, and security, keep all equipment running as efficiently and effective as possible, and we provide project management with outside contractors for major facility repairs when needed. As far as our performance measures and workload, we this year have completed and closed out 1,586 work requests. We've addressed them and closed. We maintain approximately 350,000 square feet of building space. We service 22 locations between the valley and the lake, which, as you know, includes 2 correctional facilities. And we also help maintain facilities at the Minden Airport, which includes administration building, maintenance hangar, the P-51 court office, 7 county-owned hangars with 78 hangars, and we do after-hours support for snow removal, weed control, mowing, spraying. So our goals this year, we want to complete the remaining 4 elevators in the modernization upgrade. We are under contract with that, and we're gonna project is going to take place shortly. We want to complete the fire sprinkler upgrade at the Tahoe Admin building. We would like to manage the remodel of these chambers, and we want to continue to reduce the outside service costs and improve efficiency. Our accomplishments, we replaced the roof at the JLEC Center. We had an emergency boiler replacement at the JLEC Center as well. And by doing that in-house, we saved approximately $75,000 by taking care of that in-house. We were able to upgrade the Minden Inn carpet and still maintain its historic look. And we were able to upgrade your guys, the Dias work surface there, and we worked with IT so that we could install your laptops in the counter. And our total FTEs, like Phil talked earlier, there's a lot of cost allocating, across staff. I actually maintain 4 maintenance positions. One is actually funded by the airport, which is why one of them we take care of sharing those facilities.
That seems like a lot of square feet for this many people. So good job.
We definitely stay busy. There's never a lack of things to do. We have pretty much, we kept the services supplies line pretty flat this year or going into this next year. We did move some things around. One of them being utilities. We took $25,000 out of our utilities. A lot of that savings is, we've done a lot of LED conversions. We have upgraded a lot of the heating ventilation systems to a lot more efficient. And so we are saving some money there. It's not because the energy costs are going down.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you, is how have you accomplished, how do you anticipate accomplishing a $25,000 reduction in utilities when I know utility costs are going up? So
The utility costs are definitely going up, but we've been able to utilize a lot more efficient. And forecasting this year, the budget that we have, that's kind of where we came up with that savings. And then the other thing we did add to our gas and oil. We shifted some of that. As we know, fuel prices are going up, and this forecast was prior to 2 weeks ago. So. As far as our capital requests, I spoke of the elevator compliance upgrade, which has already been funded. There's a project, and we are looking to complete that right in the very near future.
now you mentioned 4 elevators, and I know of 2. The other 2, are they the JLEC Center?
So there's actually 3 at the JLEC Center.
Oh.
We were able to accomplish one last year. It was a very simple one. We have eliminated the project, or out of the project, the jail elevator, due to when the new Justice Center is built. That elevator will probably be remodeled out, basically. And then there's actually 2 up at the Lake building. One of the things I do have funding in reserves. We need to upgrade the fire sprinkler system at the Tahoe admin building. And then we have 3 that are unfunded right now. They're really on our wish list. The Minin siding and the lower roof need to be addressed. There's been some of the previous big storms have really wreaked havoc on that building. The Tahoe Admin Center up at the lake, that exterior is starting to deteriorate from the winters, and we'd like to give that some repair and a nice facelift. And then, of course, this building here, we'd like to redo the emergency power. Right now, the emergency power here is set up to mostly just run the IT department, and very limited lights within the building. you have any questions on our building services?
Oh, I do. I got a couple. So one, I didn't know about the roofing thing, but I guess, those can lead to far more expensive things if they get progressive. So it's just minimum damage now, I'm guessing, or where we're keeping an eye on that and be ready for emergency funds if we need to.
Jeff McDonnell for the record. Yes, right now, the upper roof on that building is in good shape. What has happened is, if you're familiar with that building, when you walk in the back, it has a lower roof because the building is kind of in a U shape. The siding there has actually been deteriorated, and it's gotten down in, and it gets underneath the membrane of that roof. So it's something it's high on our radar. I don't necessarily have the funding for it right now, but it's something that we definitely need to address.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Appreciate the work of Mr. McDonnell and his facilities crew. They're small but mighty and get torn in a lot of different directions. They are working very closely with my office, Kathy Lewis, on creating a comprehensive facilities plan for all of our buildings. We are looking at the next 5, 10, 15, 20-year windows and seeing how we need to fund our responsibilities related to facilities maintenance and our expanded facilities needs on multiple fronts. So it's gonna take some time for us to put together a comprehensive plan, but I do just want to let you know that that work is ongoing. Additionally, we have the Justice Center building coming online in not this fiscal year, but the fiscal year thereafter. And so consistent with Commissioner Tolbert's forward-thinking questions, the other thing we are keeping on the radar is the facilities costs associated with that building coming online, utilities, other operating costs for that building. That is going to be some more lifting, heavy lifting that the general fund budget is going to have to do. And another reason why it's so important for us to right size our budget today, because our costs for operating even a year from now are going to be a lot more expensive. We're grateful to have the Justice Center and glad we're making that investment in our community, but we need to properly plan for those things as well. And we are having that conversation with our team members. So thank you, Jeff, for all that you do.
I appreciate that, and it'll be good to have a long-range plan. I do want to thank you for keeping a close eye on the Tahoe Judicial Administrative Building. Those are important services that are provided in that building, and I want to make sure we keep it going.
And on behalf of Commissioner Tolbert, I wanted to thank you for your quick reaction in repairing his right armrest a couple of weeks ago.
Jeff McDonnell for the record. That is currently epoxied. By next week, we've already ordered a new armrest, and it's being shipped.
Can't buy enough duct tape, can you? Okay. So without
actually,
any addition.
That was the question when you said, "Are you done?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess I am," because I was going to ask stuff, and thank you, County Manager Davidson, for jumping out on that, because that was the questions I was going to go to. Was like, because I want to be, I guess here's my gut wrenching moment is that I appreciate Douglas County employees. I have several friends that are employed different places. I've made more friends everywhere I go, and I really do believe that our employees are some of the best in the state and around, and just want to make sure that we're doing our best to support them in their positions and enabling them to do those things. And we have a lot of divisions that we're seeing in this budget that are mighty but doing a lot. But at a certain point, you need reinforcements. And so that's kind of my continual push about let's think in the future, because you know, as good as we are, you're only good for so long. And we talked about retirement leaving too, and with people retiring out, there's that knowledge and longevity that they have, you know, that you can go to the well with. And those are also things that we can't put money on, but those are things that we're going to be, you know, struggling to replace also. So, so yeah, there, I put it out there anyway. So, but thank you.
Thank you. And you said that extremely well. Yes, you did. You know, I know you've been trying to work that into your question or observation over the last couple of days, and I thought you did that very well. So compliments to you. Okay. Yes, we are, yes, in advance of HR, right, yeah. Okay, without any further questions, then we'll go to Fund Internal Services, Public Works, Fund 313, and that will be on the Internal Service tab, page number 7, Motor Pool and Vehicle Maintenance. And I believe we have the same people to do that.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yeah, we're in Fleet Services. I'm going to let Jeff, the Fleet and Facilities Manager, present this budget as well. I just want to mention that for at least the utility staff, their vehicles are their offices. So this is the crossover here between why Fleet and buildings are the same. So.
Jeff McDonnell for the record. So yeah, we'll move on to our fleet services and our mission statement. Our mission statement is to provide an unbending commitment of quality service to ensure that Douglas County vehicles and equipment are maintained for the health and safety of our county staff. And our department description, we maintain the Douglas County fleet, including the sheriff's vehicles, heavy equipment, emergency equipment, and generators. We prepare all Douglas County vehicles and equipment for duty. We manage the fleet vehicle and equipment replacement. Our performance measures and workload indicators. We actually maintain 151 vehicles, 9 motorcycles, 7 UTVs, 33 trailers, 3 boats, 2 snowcats, and 2 snowmobiles for the sheriff's department. The motor pool itself has 94 vehicles. The road department consists of 7 vehicles with 12 trucks, 11 trailers, 20 pieces of heavy equipment. The stormwater department has 4 trucks, 3 trailers, and 2 pieces of heavy equipment. Community services has 54 vehicles with 24 trailers, 15 UTVs, and an endless amount of mowers and lawn equipment. Currently, well, this will be updated. DART has 10 buses and 4 vans. We actually are running through the shop right now 2 more buses and 2 more vans that were just acquired. The airport has 2 vehicles, a trailer, an ATV, and 4 pieces of heavy equipment. And so that's within the Douglas County. We also provide service for all the other departments in towns, including China Spring, MGSD. We help support them as well. Whoops, that went off. Okay, we're done. There we go. Oh, sorry, okay. So our goals and accomplishments. Our goals, we maintain all those vehicles that we just went through, and we keep that at the highest safety standards. We provide safe, reliable, efficient, cost-effective vehicles and equipment services to the county. Our accomplishments, we provide service and support for 322 vehicles, 72 trailers, 48 heavy equipment, I got that in there twice. I think that's 26 mobile equipment. I apologize. 9 motorcycles, 3 boats. We prep all the new vehicles as they come in. We facilitate the purchase and replacement of vehicles and equipment. And this year, we've had an 18% increase in the completed repair work orders from 24-25. So we're up in our services. And again, this is there's a lot of staff that we share with the rest of Public Works. We actually have 5 full-time mechanics in our shop to keep up with all this.
Can I ask you, where is the shop?
The shop is out by the airport. You go down Airport Road. Do you know where the Public Works main office is? Or the school? You know, we share with the school bus yard. Yep. So that is a really, really big shop. We actually occupy the north half of that shop, and the school district occupies the south half of that shop. Split right down the middle. And this is another one we're maintaining pretty flat. A lot of these revenues in the motor pool come through cost allocation throughout the rest of the county, all the other departments. What's that? Yeah. Our expenditures, we shifted a couple things around, but again, we've kept the service and supplies pretty flat. Our budget in the shop really kind of ebbs and flows with the needs of other departments. And we do have a reserve, and that comes through the cost allocation. Comes through the cost allocation through the motor pool services for replacements of vehicles. Currently, that fund is sitting at $240,000, going towards new purchases. And we're stuck.
I mean, there was a period of time a couple of years ago where we were the vehicles that we needed to replace vehicles, but they really weren't available from the dealers, right? So we have pretty much now caught up with that. Would that be?
Jeff McDonnell, for the record. That is correct. There was a period of time that it was very hard to get vehicles. Right now, we can pretty much. We have to get in line, because it's under state contracts and state bids. The manufacturers actually only open up a window that they build those vehicles, a certain section in the year. So we place our orders, and we may sit on it for several months, 6 months, 8 months, depending on when we actually put the order in. And then all of a sudden they just call us and say, "Hey, I got 4 vehicles up here. You want to come get them?" But it depends on, as the needs come and the replacements come, we put in the orders, we put in the request to you guys to approve the purchases. And that happens all year long, but we really only take delivery kind of a short window in the year.
Questions, Commissioners?
How do you determine what vehicles are needed? Like, I know different departments have different vehicle needs and stuff like that, but I mean, is there like a metric for that, or is there like, how do you know what I'm asking? Like, I know the assessor has appraisers, so they're out in the field. Your building inspectors are out there. Then there's motor pool, and those are just general people. Did you keep like track of requests for uses, or how do you determine, hey, we need X amount of cars or trucks or whatever? Or is that too big of a question right there?
Jeff McDonnell, for the record. No, we work with the other departments to see what their needs are. We try to keep everything, you know, sometimes the wish list is really big. We try to keep everything reasonable. You know, we do not do any of the purchasing for the sheriff's department. You know, they specialize in their builds and their requests. We do maintain them, but the rest of the vehicles, we just work with the departments and see what their needs are and what we can accomplish.
Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works. In addition to that, we do have metrics in terms of mileage on vehicles, your age of vehicles, and sort of service history as well. So if a vehicle, we do have low mile vehicles that are aging, and at times the service history becomes more costly just to maintain them than it would be to replace them, even though it's a low mileage vehicle. So those will go onto the list of candidates to be replaced. But primarily, we're looking at high mileage vehicles or vehicles that have exceeded their useful life, and trying to replace those. Average replacement right now, I think, for a is we're probably pushing close to almost 10 years on most vehicles, because with the exception of some of the utility vehicles and work trucks where they're in the field on a daily basis and they're putting miles on pretty heavily, especially when you consider the distance that we travel around this county for operations.
You know, you have.
Hi, Carolyn Sheffo for the record. Also, we do have a replacement schedule for all of the vehicles, and then that's, when we account for that, what we allocate to each of the departments, it's based on that replacement schedule. And then, as Jeff and Phil had said, then they work through that and see which ones are appropriate to be replacing. But also, we replace like vehicles with like vehicles. I think you don't see them this year, but like last year, when we did the budget, we replaced some of the vehicles with a different type of vehicle, like some of the trucks needed more or whatever, and that's when we came to you and said we need additional funding to pay for this increase for whatever. So we do replace like with like, and then we budget according to our schedule and then what the needs are based on the usage and stuff.
You know, that brings up an interesting question. So we allocate vehicles by department. Is that right? Okay. And so if a department has 5 vehicles, but one vehicle doesn't get used a lot, but another department might have a need for a vehicle, are we able to transfer vehicles from one department to another rather than necessarily replacing that vehicle over in that department that's reached its mileage limits or its age limits? Are we able to transfer vehicles amongst?
Yes, and Jeff has been doing that. Because if they're like vehicles and one, exactly as you said, you have one that doesn't get used, he's been looking at the mileage and swapping them out so that we get a more flat usage.
Good. Glad to hear that. Is actually your wife. So thank you for your time today. And we'll now go into Public Works Enterprise Funds, Fund 360, Airport Enterprise Fund. That is in your Enterprise Fund tab on page 13. And we're joined by our airport manager, Miss Heather McDonough.
I'm just going to let her introduce herself. I'm just going to let her introduce herself, Phil Whitaker, for the record.
I tried to sit on my hands. Thank you, Heather McDonnell, for the record. Thank you, commissioners, for your engagement. I know late in the afternoon tend to be rough for budget session, so I appreciate you guys still being engaged.
This presentation probably won't be as riveting as Phil's solid waste presentation, but I'll run a close second. Also, you know, I would tell you some airplane jokes, but
yes.
I'd just be winging it at that point.
Probably safer than solid waste jokes.
I can tell you this, and I just noticed this, but the next presentation is the sewer utility, and we're going to take a break between yours and that, okay? Just so you know.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay. So the Minnetonka Airport recently updated its mission statement last year. Our Airport Advisory Committee worked hard on this and updated it. And I just really want to give kudos to our advisory committee. They've been doing some great work at the airport, and this is just a fraction of it. So we would like our airport to be a welcoming rural airport, providing safe, high quality, and high value general aviation services and facilities that bring substantial benefits to local residents and businesses. And we really work hard towards this mission statement because we feel like this airport isn't there just for the users, but for businesses and community members alike. So this mission statement is important to us. Our department description, as you all know, we are a non-tower general aviation airport that serves a wide variety of aviation activities for the community and visitors. And I'll go over more of that later. But we are a safe, friendly, premier general aviation airport that's promoted through public education, awareness, and business development with substantial growth. The aviation industry as a whole is in critical need right now of lots of different things, from air traffic controllers to pilots to stewardess, and really it trickles down all the way down to our small general aviation airports, where we play that important role to help build up that aviation need. And we're constantly out there trying to promote not only our airport but the aviation industry as a whole. You may or may not know, but this airport was built in 1942 from the military standpoint. The military came in right before World War II and built this airport for training purposes, and it's been a staple in this community since then and has continually grown. At this point, we are a general aviation airport, but the FAA splits general aviation into 5 separate categories. Categories start at unclassified, very limited activity. You think maybe like Dayton, very, very small airport. And then it goes up to basic, local, and regional, then national. The Minnetonka Airport is classified as a regional airport, so it's almost to the very top tier level of the general aviation standards based on the high levels of activity and the different flights coming in and out. For example, just so you can know of what a great asset you have out there, in 2022, the Winnemucca Municipal Airport had a replacement cost estimate of around $24 million. That same year, this airport's replacement cost estimate was over $104 million. This airport provides support to a variety of essential services, emergency preparedness and response teams, critical community access, along with we advocate youth programs. We help for agricultural operations and business and charter flights, and some flight training. You'll see later that our operations have dwindled. We did lose one of our large flight training facilities probably almost 2 years ago now, but we are still doing some flight training out there as far as gliders go. Airport is responsible for a very large sum of property, 996 acres we have out there, 71 land leases, and 78 county-owned individual T-hangars. It's a very small portion that's been developed, and we're constantly working on how we can develop it more to bring more revenue into the county. We perform maintenance on airport facilities, equipment, and over 3 million square feet of runways, taxiways, and ramps. And I also want to also take a minute to kudos the Board of County Commissioners when you decided to change from contract management to county employees. It really gave us that benefit of being able to use other county departments more efficiently. So you see that as an example with fleet or with the facilities department, where the airport's paying for one FTE in their department, but we only were able to share multiple of their staff coming in and doing a lot of work at the airport. Same with roads. We have a great partnership with roads. They've done a lot of work for us, and also Parks and Recreation. So those are great opportunities for us to work together as a county and to get more done with less. We also maintain relationships with the FAA and NDOT while ensuring compliance with federal, state, and local regulations. I'm not sure if you are aware, I wasn't until I went to the airport, but NDOT actually has an aviation division. It's comprised of 2 people, and they work tirelessly with all the general aviations airports in Nevada. We plan and execute capital improvements by procuring federal funding while staying in compliance with all of our grant assurances, and something near and dear to my heart is maintaining public relations. What Minnetonka Airport provides to the community. This really kind of skims the surface of it. But I'm sorry, I'm backtracking. I read a note where regional airports, hold on, this is important. There's 2,952 general aviation airports in the country. Only 467 of them are classified as regional. So, there you go. Okay, so what we bring to our community, we feel these are just small activities that we have around the airport that really helps advocate for the airport and for the community's tourism. Skydiving, for example, last Saturday, they had 22 jumps scheduled at the airport on one day. So they're bringing in a lot of people to the airport and to our community for that adventure that they bring to Minden Tahoe. Flight instruction and other light sport flying, world-renowned soaring and glider rides. I'm sure you guys saw the article in the paper last week. We had a local pilot, Gordon Bodecker, broke a world record flying his glider from I'm sorry, I said it incorrectly. What was it? Gordo is what I call him at the airport. So he's an amazing glider air pilot, and he flew from Minnetonka Airport to Dodge City, Kansas, over 1,100 miles with no engine, only riding the mountain waves. So he hit the Sierra mountain waves and then bounced over to the Rockies and kept going. So it's some incredible world-breaking things that are happening at our airport, and that's only one of his world records. He actually has many, as do other glider pilots based at our airport. We're really trying to bring that back to our airport and bring in the soaring community and build it up again as it used to be back in the 90s. It's an amazing feat that they do. We also want to give back to our community with our airport discovery days and our air shows. It's important to bring the community out to show them what the airport's about and how many exciting things there are and ways that they can be involved. And our open house and our air show are 2 great ways that we can do that. There are several chartered flights coming in and out of Minden Tahoe. Tahoe is a big draw for tourism, and we accommodate that on a daily basis with charter flights that come in and go up to Tahoe and stay for the weekend. And also locally, I've had people fly in and stay the weekend to hike the trails in Carson Valley and golf. It's really quite amazing, all the different people that come in just to spend time here and then be able to leave again. Then, of course, we're always advocating for our youth programs to keep aviation alive. Our performance measures. Our annual aircraft operations are approximately 50,000 a year. So to define an operation is either a takeoff or a landing, not necessarily a flight. So when a plane takes off, that's one operation. When it lands, that's another. When a glider takes off, it's one operation, even though they're having a tow plane. But when they land, it's two separate, right? Because the tow plane lands and then the glider lands. So it's a complicated math problem that we're really kind of guessing at. We do track a lot of the aircraft coming in and out through ADSB. Right now, that's a huge topic in our legislature. There's a group out there that is not wanting airports to be able to use their ADSB for tracking data for the airport. Also, currently, we have 207 based aircraft at our airport. That number has grown over the last few years by probably about 60 planes. It's slowly increasing, but our hangars are not. We're at max capacity with our hangars right now. We're 100% with 79 people on our wait list. With currently, we have a development going in where they're building 13 new hangars. They're 50 by 40 box hangars, and they'll more than half of them are already sold, and they haven't even poured the concrete yet. So it's a growing need.
Now, is that intended to accommodate this 79 on the wait list, or how is that going to impact this wait list?
It's unknown right now. Those 13 hangars that are being sold, it's privately, right? It's a private developer. He's selling them. I don't have a list of who he sold them to.
Okay, so.
But it could possibly help that list, yes.
So, I mean, so you have 13 private builders. Is that what you're saying?
One private builder building 13
One private builder, 13.
hangars.
But he can allocate those to whoever he wishes to rather than these 79 people on
Correct.
the wait list.
Yep.
Is that right?
Because
I
he's
guess that's
selling
what-
them. Yeah. He's selling them for more than I paid for my house. Okay. Okay. Moving forward with that, operating performance measured workloads based on operating revenues versus expenses. If we want to look at our reserves 2024 versus 2025, we do have an increase, so we are saving money. This number kind of ebb and flows based on the projects we're doing. For example, next year, we'll probably see a decrease in this reserve because we're A, putting on a new air show, and B, really digging into some critical needs at the airport for capital improvement projects. Currently, this year for our capital improvement project completion, this was an off year where we're doing design work only and not a lot of construction. One of our main hauls this year is our master plan. So we're in the middle of redoing our master plan, and that's also included in our FAA's capital improvement project. Community and economic impact for a performance measure. We currently have 15 commercial operators at our airport. Those are businesses that have several employees. In 2022, the Nevada Department of Transportation did a poll and found that there was 372 people employed in the district surrounding the airport between the airport itself, the maintenance businesses, the restaurants, and facilities, all the businesses around the airport, 372 in 2022. So that comprises that 15 commercial operators. And our community outreach, of course. Goals. As I stated, we're working on our master plan. This is a high priority for our advisory board, and we're working closely with our planning consultant. And during this process, we're also updating our strategic plan. April 9th, we're having a strategic plan meeting. If anyone is interested in joining us at 6 p.m. right here, be there or be square.
Is that
where we're-
tonight?
April 9th.
Oh, April 9th.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
And do you have any timeline on the update, master plan update and strategic plan?
Timelines, right now they're still collecting data, and then they're going to be doing community outreach probably June, July time. We'll be doing their public meetings, and they're not scheduled to finish until the beginning of 2027.
And I'll just jump in on that one because I was just talking about it at the break that I sat in on the meeting, and the members of that group were just incredible. I was just sitting back there knowing nothing about nothing when it comes to aviation, and all of them are just popping off numbers and whatever. And, oh yeah, did you see whatever landed last week? Oh yeah, we're counting that. And you know, these are all guys and gals that are invested in our airport and know a lot about that community. And I walked away from that meeting just impressed with that group of people. So whoever put that together did a good job. So that was, again, impressive as far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
But again, I know nothing about nothing. So.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Tolbert. We were happy to have you, and we will be happy to have you at all of those tactical committee meetings. I gave a list of the people I thought that would be most influential, and our planning consultant ran with it, and we're fortunate to have a lot of really talented people based at our airport. So it's going to be a great project. So our next goal, October 16th through 18th, our inaugural Minden Tahoe Skyfest Air Show, also known as a aviation roundup. We're bringing the air show back. It's going to be an amazing event. We're going to have our first night show, so that's really fun. Unless you talk to Phil and he talks about wind and fire and all the things that could go wrong, then, but.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. Actually, I was talking Heather off the ledge the other day because she started asking me about wind and fire and a bad season and what do we do?
Oh, there's so many anxiety moments. But it's going to be really great. I also, with that, have a great air show committee. There are 7 of us that have been meeting for about 6 months, getting this ready, and we're getting to ramp that up with more people, more volunteers. We're bringing in a lot of our stakeholders so that we can it's coming up quick, and so it's going to be great. As long as I keep saying it's going to be great, it's going to be fabulous. Yeah. So one of the projects we're working on right now is our taxiway alpha lighting design project. Our main runway 1634 is lighted. In the nighttime, the pilots can key the mic 5 to 7 times based on light intensity and turn the lights on at the airport. We currently do not have any taxiways that are lighted, so it tends to bring some sort of safety issues. So currently in our capital improvement program under work right now is design of lighting those. In the coming years, we're going to do the actual construction. 2027, I believe, is our construction year to light that taxiway. And we are promoting development with sustainable growth with public outreach and education. I didn't look up the numbers this year. Last year, property tax revenue from the airport was around $600,000. The more we can sustainably grow the airport and bring in people building hangars, the more that revenue will go up to be another asset to the county. Accomplishments from last year, we were able to renovate our airport administrative building and take 1 bathroom out of that building and make it accessible for the ramp side. So now there is a public bathroom on the ramp side for all the visiting traffic that comes in. This was a great addition as we were able to take away one of the blue buckets out on the ramp because of this. We also completed the fence project that was started in 2016. There was a large section of fence at the end of runway 34 that was never completed. And the first year I got there, we were having a huge influx in deer running through the Bentley field onto the runways, and it was becoming a large safety issue. So we were able to complete that fencing project and has gotten rid of that wildlife mitigation. Correct. They cannot jump over it. It's 8 feet tall with a razor wire shooting out. So although we still have a problem with coyotes, they seem to still be able to dig under, but that's something we're working on. So with that, we're maintaining high safety and regulatory compliance standards through the Federal Aviation Administration and also with our state regulations. The state does yearly annual inspections at all general aviation airports, and they relay to us what their concerns are, and we fix them. The last inspection actually was in 2023, and the only concerns then were that when we redid our runways, because as you know, the runways are labeled from the magnetic north on the compass, and magnetic north actually changes. So when we repave our runways, we'll actually be changing the numbers on those runways from 1634 to 1735. Yeah. It's very interesting. Come out and see me sometime. This would be a great time. We also, one of our big goals this last year is we upgraded our airport camera system. There was a very old, antiquated system that was actually one of those home security systems. So we were able to upgrade it and get on the county network thanks to the help of our IT department. And now we have updated cameras that we can access throughout the system. Our FTEs currently are 4.58. We have myself, one office assistant, one operations specialist, one maintenance specialist, as we've said, through facilities, and then a part-time office specialist. Our revenue has, you'll see an increase here in our revenue. This is because we were able to bring to you a rate resolution to increase our rates on our county-owned hangars to bring it up to market value. And in July, there'll be that second half of that rate increase. So we'll be equal to market value rents. Our expenditures as directed remain flat for this current slide. We were able to move some things around to balance it out for what was actually spent. For instance, in the rents and leases, we're budgeting only $863, but our copier lease was over $4,000 a year. So I just kind of leveled that out to it showed actual expenses. Our operating expense increase request. We are looking at doing some more pavement maintenance. Our grant funding, the way our grant funding works for the FAA is we get entitlement funding of $150,000 a year. We're able to accumulate that for 3 years before we have to spend it. So as you can imagine, that is not enough to do all of the miles of pavement out at the airport. We are allowed sometimes discretionary funding where the FISTO, or the ADO, excuse me, the Airport District Office in Phoenix, who we report to for our grant funding, they take their list of money that they get allocated and they review it based on safety standards of who they should allocate that extra funding to. We were able to get some of that discretionary funding. Our last project last year to rehab our apron and taxi lanes was about $870,000 for those small taxi lanes in between the hangars, compared to our $150,000 that we get a year for our grant funding. So this year we're going to be doing a lot of pavement maintenance, pavement preventative maintenance rather than rehab, so we don't get to those bad spots where we have to completely rehab. And then supplemental request is, of course, I've already talked about our air show. We're looking to budget about $450,000 for this air show. In 2022, they budgeted around $350,000. We put an increase on that based on the current economic climate and costs rising all over the place. Plus, it's going to be really great. Additional airport supplemental requests. I am asking if we can change our part-time person to full-time. She's been an amazing asset to our office and is able to be there, will be able to be there more to help cover vacations, holidays, and to really dig into our contract lease agreement administration process with our annual CPI increases for the land leases. Our land leases go between 40 and 99 years, depending on when they were first written. And it's a constant monitoring process for that to make sure that we are charging correctly and keeping up with our revenue. Also, the air show is taking a big toll, a chunk of time planning. And so the extra help for that would be appreciated. The fiscal impact to us for that position being turned part-time to full-time is $57,000. Here is our capital request form. This is the form we actually submit to the FAA for our grant funding. If it doesn't exist on this form, it doesn't get funded through grants. So we have to plan it 5 years out. This year, as I've talked about, we were doing our master plan update and our design work for medium intensity lighting on Taxiway Alpha. Next year, we're scheduled to do some pavement rehab in the P51 court area for all the taxi lanes. And this is being done by bill funding, the bipartisan infrastructure law funding that was given through the legislation to airports. The airport has received about $200,000 a year since 2023 for this funding, and this is the last year that it is available. So we're scooping up the very last of it so we can do these projects that wouldn't normally be funded through grant funding.
Commissioners, questions? No?
I do, just let him.
Yeah, okay.
So, and again, this is potentially an ignorance question, but if we have county hangars and then we have a wait list almost as many as we have rented, is there a discussion or any kind of investigation into potentially building more hangars so that we can return that revenue? Or is the cost of construction just prohibitive that the return is going to take too long? Or has there been any kind of just scratch the surface on that idea?
Yes, thank you for that question. We've talked about it a lot, and we've been reviewing funding sources to be able to do that. Right now, in 2029, we're looking at paying off our current bond that we have. In 2014, the airport bonded for utility infrastructure on the east side, and in 2029, that will be paid off. But talking with actually Carolyn in finance, we are having the bonding capacity now to be able to bond to build more hangars. You are correct. The cost of construction right now is somewhat scary. We're looking at between $160 and $200 a square foot to build these hangars. But we're looking into that price versus how much we can bond versus how much, our revenue return on that will be currently, yes.
And then the other question is on the air show, you've got the $450,000 the expense, but do you have the total revenue generated for the community figured also to offset that number?
Yes, so we're looking at a cost neutral. The goal is being cost neutral at the end, right? Air shows are not necessarily money makers, but our goal is to always break even. So based on the cost of putting on the air show versus the revenue received for hopefully sponsorships and vendor booths, that kind of determines what the ticket price is going to be. The 2022 air show brought between 10 and 15,000 people, so I'm counting on that number, selling that number of tickets to come up with a cost of tickets that would make that cost neutral for the airport.
Right, but there's also a community number, right? So with room rentals and all those other things that come with it, have we done that of what the benefit? I don't know. There's a term for that, and it's escaping me. But
correct.
Yeah, the impact. Yeah, the impact that it brings, because it's more than just that investment spurns and this dollar pays that dollar does that.
Correct. I haven't done a study on that for this year. I have been working closely with the Carson Valley Visitors Authority, and they have the numbers from the prior year, and they're telling me that they had a hard time bringing people past Airport Road to come into the communities and spend their dollars. So I'm working closely with them this year on how we can change that. I have a meeting with all of the hotel owners on the 30th, how we're going to talk about packaging some airport tickets with their rooms so that we can get people in the hotels staying, along with free shuttles and anything we can do to help our local business community and bring those dollars into our county. We're working towards.
Good deal. Any other questions? Commissioner Rice, any questions?
No, sir. I'm impressed with what has been happening there at the airport. I think we made a very good decision a couple of years ago to bring it in-house. I would like to see expansion of the facilities there. Unfortunately, there's a very vocal group in town that whenever they talk about extending a runway or putting in maybe even a tower, people tend to think that that means we're going to turn into LAX, which is definitely not the case. And I send great kudos and acknowledgement of all the work that Heather and her crew have been doing down there. And I look forward to seeing the air shows come back.
Likewise. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I just want to also say kudos to Heather and her team, another small but mighty team who are doing wonderful work with the Airport Advisory Board, and thank you to them. They're having really, really important conversations about how the airport can be continue to be value add for this community. There were a lot of nuggets in this presentation. And I would encourage the board to stay engaged in the airport conversation because at multiple points you heard Heather use words like community engagement, involving the community in the decision making at the airport, making sure that the community feels like this is their airport and there's value and ownership there. But also when the decision was made by the county to initially go to a contract, the Board of County Commissioners at that time for management, the Board of County Commissioners at that time said that it was really, really important that this airport be self-sustaining, that it be self-funded, and that it generate the revenue it needs. That philosophy has transferred over to Heather. And it is a challenge finding the resources that she needs for the airport to be successful. But you heard some real opportunities in her presentation today to make some strategic investments in the airport that will pay off in the long run. I encourage you to root her on as she's exploring those, and please lend her your support. I cannot stress enough how important the expansion of the hangar program could be for the county and what it means for additional revenue, not only for the airport, but for the general fund. So thank you to Heather for everything that she's doing. My office is plugging into the conversation to the best of our ability and asking her how we can support her in her efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. With that, we have three more presentations by Public Works, Sewer Utility, Regional Water Fund, and the Douglas County Water Utility. And then we'll wrap up the day with Ms. Vito with Human Resources. So I beg your indulgence with us. And we're going to take a 5-minute break here so that we can use the whatever necessary facilities.
Okay.
And then they're going to dedicate it.
Oh, okay.
But the other piece, they are. And they paid him 43.
Okay, I'm going to call this back to order. Ask the commissioners to return to their seats. Actually, Commissioner Hales. And we're going into Enterprise Fund 325 Sewer Utility Enterprise Fund under the Enterprise Fund tab in your book, and page 4. So.
Phil Ricker, Director of Public Works. I'm going to turn this over to the better looking guy sitting next to me.
Thank you, Phil. Chairman, Commissioners, Rick Robillard, Deputy
Well, you
Director.
you made an observation there that he was talking about you.
Always.
I thought he wanted me to start talking.
Rick Robillard, Deputy Director, Public Works. I'm going to try to put the fun in the sewer fund, if I can. All right, here we go. Douglas County Sewer Utility mission statement is to provide safe, reliable, cost-effective sewer collection and treatment services to our customers to protect and preserve the water resources of Douglas County. And to describe our department, the Douglas County Sewer Utility owns and operates a sanitary sewer collection and treatment system within the Carson Valley, known as the North Valley Wastewater System. The sewer utility doesn't own or operate any sewer collection or treatment facilities in the Lake Tahoe Basin, just for clarification. Performance measures and workloads. We're required to comply with all applicable state and federal wastewater standards. The state regulatory body is Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, Bureau of Water Pollution. And within the last calendar year, we treated 149 million gallons of wastewater collected throughout the Carson Valley, primarily the northern portion of Carson Valley. We do, just as a side note, we collect, but we don't treat Clear Creek sewer that goes to Carson City for treatment. We have an agreement with Carson City. We collect and pump to Carson City along Clear Creek Road, and then that ultimately ends up in Carson City. We maintain and operate 15 sewer lift stations throughout the Carson Valley, some on the west side of the valley within Genoa, some in the North County, some off of Airport Road. We maintain and operate 80 miles of gravity and sewer, our pressure sewer pipe. And then we also respond to USA Dig notices for contractors or residents who are required to call USA 811 whenever you're digging. Some goals and accomplishments we completed for the capital improvement program for the fiscal year 25-26. We completed our closed circuit television phase 2 condition assessment of our gravity sewer collection pipes, and we're beginning phase 3. I'll further allude to this here in the presentation on why that's important and how we utilize that data. We rehabilitated the Barling SNL sewer lift station. That's located at the intersection of Barling and Airport. So that takes all of the sewer that comes out of the airport area and then brings it up and pumps it up along, and it passes through the public works yard, ultimately ending up in our treatment plant. We just started the clubhouse lift station rehabilitation project. That's in construction. That is our largest and most important lift station that takes all waste from the West Valley area and pumps it over to Hayborn Road. And then we are currently in design of our North Valley wastewater treatment plant's influent lift station, which takes all flows and then pumps it to our treatment plant. So in criticality, Clubhouse and the North Valley influent station are our primary stations. This is a list of our FTEs. As you can see, numerous people within the Public Works department are shared between the different enterprise funds. As a total for the sewer utility fund, we have a 9.86 FTEs. And you get that 0.86 because we share cost amongst people who do work for the sewer utility and the water fund. Here's a revenue summary. We primarily collect revenue from sewer user fees. So those are the rates residents and our residential and commercial customers pay to the sewer utility. And then below you'll see on the contributed capital, that sewer capacity. That's the capacity charge that new users pay to connect to the system. So that's called a connection fee. So effectively, they're buying into the system that has already been, capital has been contributed by ratepayers to maintain the system, so they're buying into the system, so to speak. So that's what a sewer capacity charge is.
And we're projecting almost a $100,000 decrease in that connection fees?
Yeah, so we looked at what developments are on the books, and that's how we collect our largest capacity, sewer capacity charges. So,
Is that commercial properties as well?
yes, commercial properties are charged EDUs based on fixture count. And single-family residential or multifamily residential, depending on, but single-family residential is considered one EDU, and that's one connection fee charge. The expenditure summary, we are, for services and supplies, we're holding it flat. As you can see, I think there's $531 in dollar change or money change for between 26 and 27. So we looked at how we can maximize some of the increasing charges for service and supplies. Examples of that are chemicals that we utilize for treatment, power, and things like that. And so we are always looking at operational efficiency. And I work with my wastewater operations manager, and we're able to look at our budget and pencil in to be able to hold this flat. So. This is the supplemental request. We have no requests for this fiscal year. Working with my operations team and my engineering team, there's no supplemental requests that we're going to require this year to be able to operate. This is the sewer utility capital requests for FY 26-27. One thing I would like to draw attention to is the gravity sewer main point repairs for $150,000. That's utilizing the CCTV condition assessment that we perform. So just a brief explanation, we use a closed circuit camera that goes through the sewer mains looking for defects. And then we rate them by scoring, and then we can address the problem before it becomes a major problem or a sewer spill, which we've had 0 sewer spills last fiscal year, so that's good news. So the other good news is that we've been able to identify very few problems so far in the first 2 phases. And so this $150,000 will just address a couple point repairs and some sags that will allow us to continue to operate the collection system in an effective manner. So. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners, questions?
None? Okay.
Oh, I was.
Hey,
I just let everybody else go first. I just wait. Pause.
Pretty fun.
Oop.
That's why I'm pausing too.
Yeah. At the beginning, you said that we are pumping the wastewater up to Carson City, and then they have a water treatment facility there, right? And so is that what I understood? Because I didn't realize that was.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so we collect all the sewage within Clear Creek development, and we pump it out of Clear Creek down to a collection main that runs along Clear Creek Road, and that ultimately ends up in Carson City.
Okay, so we don't have any water treatment facilities in Douglas County, right? Because USGS presentation last week where all of our water, so we're fully reliant on the aquifer, right? For our water, we don't do any water treatment here.
Phil Riedker, Director of Public Works, for the record. I think I'm a little confused here. I want to make sure you understand the only thing going to so our North Valley wastewater treatment plant is a treatment facility for wastewater here in Douglas County. We operate that directly, and that handles all of the waste collected from the Genoa Lakes area and the west side of the valley, northwest side, as well as the east side, Johnson Lane area and things of that. So that northern section. The only portion of our wastewater system that is not treated by our own plant is anything that comes out of the Clear Creek subdivision itself. We maintain the collection system and the lift stations inside of Clear Creek, inside the development. But that is actually pumped to a gravity main in Old Clear Creek Road, and that gravity main is owned by Carson City. So it was an arrangement made back in the early 2000s for that subdivision to go in, that the waste would be handled by treatment would be handled by Carson City. So our holding pond, or our effluent pond at the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Plant, we have a discharge permit with the state for that effluent, and it is actually pumped from there to what was known as the Bentley Kerman Tract. It's not just the Kerman Tract. It is a agricultural field area to the west of the treatment plant, just along the Carson River, and that water is used for agricultural irrigation purposes down there. So there is aquifer recharge from that, but that's in very close proximity to the river itself.
Right, okay, so we are putting that part back, but what am I thinking that's in Carson City just reopened? They rehabbed, was that the Marlette thing? Because I was thinking that that's still the part of their water system. It's not. Right, so I guess the nearest area to us that actually treats their own water is Washoe, right? So, because
No, up at the lake, we have the Douglas County Lake Tahoe Sewer Authority. And we do handle all of the sewage that comes out of Douglas County here at the lake. It's treated, it's turned into affluent, and then pumped down, and Bentley and Park get it.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record as well. I think when you're talking about, you may be referring to the Quill plant in Carson City that they're restarting back up. That is a surface water treatment, so they're taking water from Marlette and as surface water and doing treatment on that water. Everything in the valley that we have, everything on our water, so this will really be part of the water system, not the wastewater system, but everything on our water system in the valley is groundwater. But we do operate 2 surface water plants at the lake, the Cave Rock facility and the Zephyr, what's called the Z-Wood or Zephyr Woods Utility District old system. Those are both surface water, and they do have water treatment processes up there for turning that into potable drinking water.
So I did have a question. The development that's going in south of Topsy to the east of 395, that development, is that development coming into the North County sewer treatment plant, or is that going to Carson City?
Rick Robillard, Deputy Director. The sewage from the North County development does go to our North Valley wastewater treatment plant.
I was thinking so, but I wasn't. So the only thing, once again, that Phil has indicated is Clear Creek goes, okay.
Correct.
We'll move on to the next section, which is the Regional Water Fund, Fund 324, and that's on page 1 of the Enterprise tab.
And Commissioner Chairman Gardner, if you want, we will be doing both the Regional Water Fund and the Water Fund in conjunction, or sort of simultaneously. So if you want to
Be our
announce that one.
guest. Yes.
Well, if you want to announce where that is in the book,
And
you
that
can
is
as well.
also, that's on page 8 in the same tab. Yep. So, yes, we're going to take Regional Water Fund 324 and 328 at the same time, which is the Douglas County Regional Water Fund and the Douglas County Water Utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chairman Rick Robillard, Deputy Director of Public Works. I'm going to walk through the Douglas County Water Utility budget, which, as Phil mentioned, includes Fund 324, which is the regional fund, and 328, which is our water utility fund. The Douglas County Water Utility mission statement is to provide safe, reliable, aesthetically pleasing, cost-effective potable water to our customers to protect and preserve the water resources of Douglas County. I think one of the things that is important to understand there is the aesthetically pleasing portion of that statement. Some misnomers are that, water that may have off color or something like that is unsafe, but aesthetically pleasing is very important to make users want to drink your water. Luckily, we have great water here in this valley and at Lake Tahoe. So, department description: the Douglas County Water Utility owns and operates public drinking water systems within the Carson Valley and the Lake Tahoe Basin. So as previously mentioned, we operate groundwater systems here within the valley. We operate 2 surface water systems at the lake and a groundwater system at the lake. We do actually have treatment plants here in the lake for groundwater, and it goes back to it's not for unsafe water, it's for pH adjustment, which causes corrosivity in some of the areas for plumbing fixtures and things like that. And so we do pH adjustment in different ways at 2 of our treatment plants. One is the Jobs Peak treatment plant, and one is actually we have 3, I'm sorry. We have 3. We have Jobs Peak, Sheridan, and Sierra Country Estates treatment. So that all are there for the adjustment of pH only. Performance measures and workload indicators. We are required to comply with all applicable state and federal drinking water standards. The state regulatory body is Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, Bureau of Safe Drinking Water. That's who we have to comply with on top of any EPA designated guidelines. It's an ever-changing regulatory requirements in the drinking water system. And some of the things that people have been, you may or may not be aware of, is some of the emerging contaminants known as PFOS and PFAS. And so we're required to comply with those rules. And the newer emerging one that's now being looked at is microplastics. And so those are also things that we have to comply with as well as the new emerging requirements. We do a fire hydrant exercise and maintenance program. With the Pacific Palisades fires and things like that down in LA, it's very important that we continue to perform our fire hydrant exercise and maintenance program. We recently just purchased a piece of equipment that allows our operators to safely operate hydrants and valves, which is the next program that we do, safely. And it allows us to track data and things like that within our valves and our fire hydrants to be able to put maintenance programs together and replacement programs together. So,
I think, and I appreciate you really bringing that up, because I know that our public is very concerned about that, both here on the valley floor and at Lake Tahoe. And do you say you have a maintenance program or an exercise? How often does that occur?
Right now, depending on how many we can get to because of other priorities as well, we're looking at a 5-year cycle program. So every 5 years, we want to get out and operate a hydrant, and we want to operate a valve. If we try to paint hydrants, that really increases that frequency to about 7 to 10 years. And so the priorities for us right now are to get a operating hydrant and operating valve. Obviously, painting hydrants is something that we strive to want to get done, but we look at the priority of having a functional hydrant more so than a pretty hydrant right now.
Just following up on that, we've recently had conversations with East Fork Fire regarding the maps that allocate risk to every area. And I'm wondering how closely you stay in touch with the East Fork Fire regarding this fire hydrant exercise and the valve exercise.
We have conversations with Amy Ray East Fork Fire, and we do have conversations with Tahoe Douglas as well. When we do identify a hydrant that's non-functional during our maintenance program, if we can't make the necessary repair on site, we bag it. That's kind of the industry standard. So you put a black bag over it, and then we notify the local fire authority. And then we also let our dispatch know that hydrant is now out of service. So they are aware that hydrant is not available should an emergency arise.
So I imagine you fix those?
Yeah, we try to fix them. I mean, our systems are a hodgepodge, so to speak, of various brands of hydrants, and some hydrants no longer have parts available. So then a total replacement is required, which is a lot more resources. And I'll get to our capital improvement, and we are now starting to look, what we do is a fire hydrant replacement program as well. So we're looking at replacing 5 hydrants this summer in the Skyland area, as identified through exercises and working with Tahoe Douglas as well. And so we try to always get hydrants that are either, you cannot maintain them anymore because of parts. So we're trying to do a robust replacement program as well.
That's really important. I think it's important both for the peace of mind of community members, but also I would think every piece of this is relevant to insurance, not just insurance costs, but in some cases whether they can get insurance. And so I think that this is of increasing importance, this fire hydrant and valve exercise and repair. So thank you.
So I also recognize we have a company, AVK, in town. So are we, when we do those retrofits, are we looking at using a local resource? Because it would seem to me like repair parts would be a little bit more readily available.
Yeah, AVK on our Douglas County standard drawings, which are engineering drawings that allow for standard designs. Our fire hydrant standard drawing references the AVK series, as well as we can't sole source. We're a public entity, but we do list AVK and Mueller as acceptable fire hydrants.
Phil Ricker, Director of Public Works for the record. Some of the hydrants, by the way, just to put this in context, especially the ones at the lake on some of the older systems, one of the hydrant series right now that need to be replaced because you can't buy parts for them were actually made by the Griswold company from back east. You probably have heard of them. They make cast iron cookware. So these are hydrants that date back to the 40s and 50s that a cooking company no longer makes parts for.
We do have a meter pit and meter replacement program as well. Aging meter pits tend to have leaks and things like that, so we try to get out in front of these as the best we can with the funds that we have available. We also require to do USA Dig notices for excavation by contractors and residents. We are doing PRV vault maintenance as well, looking at replacing and upgrading all of our PRVs to allow redundant, reliable water pressures within our systems. And then the last one we're looking at doing, and I'll touch on this when we get to our capital improvement project, but we're going to be retrofitting our residential meters and our commercial meters as well with new radio transmitters known as MXUs. And I'll explain it a little bit when we get to the capital projects. So this is some of our capital improvement goals and accomplishments from last fiscal year. One of the ones that, since I've been here for going on 7 years now, has always been known as the Marla Bay 8. That was the name of it. It was 8 properties really back to back to each other with one common service lateral that just ran through people's backyards in their smaller cabins in the Zeewood area. And so if you had an issue where you had to have one resident wanted to be turned off, you'd have to shut everyone off. And we were actually successful in doing an in-house design with our senior civil engineer, and our engineering tech ran the project, and we were able to complete that last summer. And now they're all on their own individual water services with meter pits and meters. So that's a big accomplishment for us. Right now, the Wally's well, which is across the street from Wally's Resort, is in construction. We're increasing the pumping capacity of that well to allow more redundant water on the west side, and be able to move water from Wally's all the way up into the Montana area. If you've looked over on Hot Springs Mountain, you may have seen construction on our new Mountain View tank. That's going to be two tanks, two replacement tanks. We have now got the shell up for the new welded steel tank. That's scheduled to be in service in August, and then they'll demo the old one and start building another one. The Cave Rock Strainer project, we completed that. That allows us to have better water quality and maintain our filters at the Cave Rock treatment plant. We've submitted for permits to replace our Skyline tank out in towards the end of Johnson Lane. The Lake Ridge tank, which is in Lake Tahoe, we're working with U.S. Forest Service to get a permit to rebuild that tank on Forest Service property, which can be a challenge with some of the Burton Santini and Lake Tahoe Basin Act things that we have up there, and you can't just put tanks wherever you want them. So we're trying to work with them and get the best location that we can, and then we're going to replace the Cave Rock PLC is in construction, and that provides redundancy for controls at our Cave Rock treatment plant. So this is the regional water fund. This is the regional system. We allocate 0.28 FTEs towards this, and that's because when it comes to the regional system, we don't have a dedicated staff just for the regional system. So they're all kind of intermixed. The regional line goes in the Johnson Lane tanks, and from the Johnson Lane tanks into the Sunridge booster. And so that's all our facilities that we maintain. And so any operator that's assigned to those areas, they rotate on 6-week intervals. That's why you'll see 8.28 FTE. Here's a revenue survey, our summary for our regional fund. So these revenues are generated from water user fees. So it's effectively selling water to Indian Hills and Carson City through the regional agreements. So there you'll see no connection fees because we don't have anything as far as like a connection fee is concerned. It's just all selling water by the acre foot or by a gallon. Here's the expenditure summary for the regional system. We hold that flat. I don't anticipate us expenditures increasing anything with the regional system. This is the Fund 328 FTEs. You can see 11.97. And so, like I said earlier, these get cost shared between Fund 324 and 328, as well as some of these, like our senior civil engineer, he gets cost shared between 324 as well, and 325, which is our sewer fund. Revenue summary for Fund 328, user fees, that's our rates that we charge the ratepayer. We do have connection fees, just like we do with the sewer fund. You'll see that as under contributed capital. And then the other one that you'll draw your attention to, and we held that as 0 this year, is water rights. So when a development comes in and they need to purchase water rights, that's where that revenue goes. We didn't account for any kind of water rights this year, just looking at what developments are on the books.
Excuse just a minute. is that selling of water rights or leasing of water rights? Because I didn't think we were going to be selling any water rights.
Phil Ritkin, Director of Public Works. Yeah, it's an allocation of water rights. So the county we do not sell water. The water rights themselves are maintained under our ownership. But a development, anytime you subdivide a property, even a private residence, if they subdivide into 2 parcels, the newly created parcel is required by the state to have an allocation of water to it. So we essentially, for a fee, allocate water to that parcel so that they can create that subdivision.
Thank you. I thought that was important to point out to the public, really, is, we're not selling our water, folks, for rights.
Here's the expenditure summary for services and supplies. Yet again, we're holding expenditures flat with just a minor $530 change. Working with my water operations manager, and the same thing is sharpening our pencil associated with some of our expenditures such as chemicals and power, things like that, and really working at how we maximize and operate our system as efficient as possible. The water utility is asking for no supplemental requests, same as the sewer fund. We currently don't have any supplemental needs. Here's our water utility capital requests. A couple I like to call out would be the Skyline tank replacement at $4 million. That's a large capital investment that allows to have system redundancy out at the Skyline. So we're going to be building a redundant tank. And then once that's completed, we'll take the existing tank offline and recondition it. And now we'll have 2 tanks for redundancy within that Skyline zone. The other one that I mentioned earlier was the last one, which is the advanced metering infrastructure upgrade. This is a multi-year project where we're transitioning from what we have now is called AMR, advanced meter reading. We have a meter vehicle that has to drive around and pick up the signal and take all the data from all the residential and commercial meters. The AMI system will talk to radio towers and collect itself. We will no longer have to have a personnel drive around in a truck. It's real-time data. It pulls once every minute. And so this will be a multi-year project replacing all of these MXUs, so that way we can start to put these towers to collect data and then bring it into our billing system on real time. The goal at the end of this would be that residential customers and commercial customers will be able to look at their usage in almost real time. So they'll be able to look at how much they've used in the middle of the month. We can set leak notifications. So if they get a high flow or high usage within a 24-hour period, they could get a notification that they may or may not have a leak. So the AMR system is no longer supported. And the return on investment for the AMI system is going to pay dividends by not having personnel drive around for 2 days per month reading our meters. And so this is a big project for us to move forward in a sustainable direction to be able to provide customer service.
I'm really pleased to hear that, quite frankly. So I get my water, I live down in Topaz Ranch Estates. We have the operator that has to come around and read the meters. There's a lot of leakage through those meters that don't necessarily get picked up, okay? And so they said, when we replace the meter with this type of meter, there's a chance that your water costs will go up. And I says, that's all well and fine. I should be paying my proper water usage, okay? So I don't have any problem with that. And as you're saying, we don't have people running around trying to take those meters, and the leak detection, as you're indicating, is extremely important. I can attest to the fact that For instance, in December, I used 2,000 gallons. And I usually use about 2,000 gallons. All of a sudden in February, I get a water bill that was a 24,000 gallon. That's a 6-month use of mine. Okay, so there was something wrong with the meter, and they tried to say, well, maybe it was a leak. Oh, come out and read it. No, it's not me. It's not. So there's a lot of problems with that, and I'm excited about us making this change because I think overall we'll get proper payment for the amount of water that people are getting. They'll have a lot more confidence, and they'll be able to see it on a daily basis to know where they're going to. So that's good. Thank you so much for that.
Yep. And then the last one would be the fire hydrant replacement program, which is the second to the bottom there. And so we do allocate $50,000, and we'll have a total project budget of $100,000. And depending on pricing, which is very volatile at the time, right now, I anticipate being able to do about 10 to 12 hydrants for that price. So we'll see what we can do when we're going to put the project out in-house, and so we'll do everything in design in-house. So
Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works for the record. And the last thing we're going to talk about here is just a preview of something we're going to be bringing back to this board, or looking for guidance to bring back to the board at a later date, and that is we are currently working with the FCS group, with one of their teams on updating our water rate, utility rates for this utility. The last water rate study we did was actually part of a consolidation that occurred back in 2019 when I first got here. So we've been holding rates steady for the last several years, and are now embarking on a new rate study. Under the current financial policies for enterprise funds, any rate changes for that policy need to be brought to the BOCC during a February meeting with an implementation of effective July 1st. The rate study, right now, we anticipate it being completed by the end of this fiscal year, meaning in the June timeframe, which means we would be in a position to bring it forward for public discussion in sort of the July-August timeframe. And what we would be looking for direction from the board is to be able to get a variance from policy to be able to introduce that rate, the new rates, at the beginning of the calendar year, so January 1st of 2026, instead of having to wait the additional 6 months. From the initial analysis right now with the rate study, with the group from FCS, that 6-month delay it is meaningful in terms of our reserves and our ability to maintain the fund in a healthy fashion going forward. The impetus for this, by the way, and we'll talk about it more when we bring the rate study forward, is really, as Rick was mentioning in the capital program, is the tank replacements. The Bureau of Safe Drinking Water has recently, I'll say, changed some of their approach and policies with regards to what they call their sanitary surveys, and have decided that bolted steel tanks are no longer a viable option and need to be replaced. So they hit our utility last year with essentially mandates. We've negotiated it out over multiple years now, but mandates that said you'll be replacing all your tanks. So we're looking at a very significant capital outlay over the next several fiscal years in order to be able to comply with that mandate from the state. So that's really the impetus for this and what we're bringing forward.
So I need to know where we're headed here on this. So we can't really do,
all we can do is give you a general direction, because we can't really have a motion to do that today because it hasn't been properly noticed to the public. Is that right? So we-
Correct.
Yeah, and we're not.
We could shake our heads, yes, could we do?
I would ask you not
Okay.
to shake your head, yes.
So just
I would
bring
ask you to
forward-
bring
bring-
forward a future agenda
Bring
item.
forward a future
Yeah.
agenda item, okay, yeah, okay. That's what I mean, is bring forward a future agenda item to us to determine whether or not this board would approve a variance.
Yeah,
Let the record show none of us are shaking or nodding our heads.
Yeah.
yeah, and that was
Whether or
not.
we're going to approve the variance.
Yeah, Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record, that was not the intent. The intent was not to get this board to make a motion or do anything. It was really just to give you a heads up that in the July-August timeframe, when we bring forward the rate study agenda item, we will be requesting a variance.
We'll be very glad to hear that at that point in time, I suppose. Okay. Okay. No, yes, no? A very definite maybe.
I'm not moving, period.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we have completed Public Works, a very long, exhaustive section, right? So thank you for your indulgence with us and our many questions, so thank you.
We don't need a break, right?
You're welcome. Commissioners, thank you, and I'm thankful that we were able to get you back on schedule.
On what? I missed that. Okay. Oh, yeah, back on schedule. Yeah.
Okay, we're only 45 minutes late, so. Okay, very good.
Staff isn't bringing in dinner. So, right? So,
Okay, so next we'll go to Human Resources. We have our Human Resources Director here with us today, Ms. Vito, Christine Vito, and we will be talking about the General Fund Human Resources 101 through 194 on page 30 of the General Fund tab. And then she'll go forward with risk management and Fund 309 and internal services and self-insured dental insurance. And that will wrap up today.
I will try to go quickly, sir. Chairman Gardner, members of the commission, Christine Vito, Human Resources Director, for the record. I am presenting our budgets today for Human Resources, Risk Management, and the Self-Insured Dental Fund. Human Resources, our mission statement, we value and serve the county's largest asset, our employees, to provide quality services and support in employment, training, employee relations, performance management, benefits, compensation, and safety, enabling employees to better serve our community. It is our mission to develop a culture of teamwork and quality, to create an atmosphere which fosters employee engagement, and to commit to acting ethically, equitably, and consistently in our pursuit of uncompromising quality. And Human Resources is part of the general fund, and our other two funds for risk management and self-insured dental are operated as internal service funds. We serve all departments: county manager, direct report departments, elected departments, the courts, the towns, and the library. Currently, we have approximately 621 employees. Of that, 558 are full-time. We have 87 part-time, which roughly equates to 51 FTEs. We also have temporary and on-call employees, our elected officials, and our volunteers. And the services we provide are on the right-hand side of this slide. We do recruitment, onboarding, offboarding, benefits, labor negotiations. We have policies and procedures. We do compensation and classification, employee relations, and risk management. Human Resources has made meaningful progress in strengthening workforce systems, enhancing employee engagement, and improving service delivery across the organization. A key accomplishment was the implementation of the Power DMS system as the county's policy management platform, providing a centralized access point for policies, a consistent process for employee acknowledgement, and enhanced search functionality that allows users to easily locate specific policies by keyword or topic. The department also refreshed and relaunched the Great People, Great Places Employee Recognition Program to better align the county with county values and reinforce organizational culture. In addition, we cross-trained internally on recruitment processes due to the retirement of our longtime recruiter. This supported a succession plan, ensuring continuity of operations, and eliminated the need for external recruitment contracts. Human Resources also strengthened partnerships with internal service departments, including finance, IT, and emergency management, to improve coordination, align processes, and support more efficient service delivery across the organization. In-person training opportunities were expanded for supervisors and staff, including the Supervisory Management Program, Ethics in the Workplace, Reasonable Suspicion drug testing for supervisors, and benefits training. Additional efforts include continued modernization of HR policies to maintain compliance, and I do have three policies coming forward next month for your consideration. Several updated, I'm sorry, I lost my spot. These accomplishments support the county's goals of serving the community with quality services by strengthening workforce capability, enhancing employee engagement, and supporting recruitment and retention. So my first performance measure and workload indicators is our recruitments conducted. And as you can see, our recruitments peaked in fiscal year 22-23 with 202 recruitments. Since then, it has been steadily declining. Right now, in fiscal year 25-26, we are currently at 96 recruitments. Projecting out, we anticipate being right in line with where we were in 24-25. Since we're out of the pandemic era recruiting situations that we had where frankly, recruitments were not good. We had limited applicants applying for our jobs, and the reason why we had 202 recruitments in 22-23 was because we very often had to recruit for the same position multiple times to get a qualified candidate. But I feel like we're moving into a different phase in recruitment with Human Resources, with our focus shifting from volume to effectiveness. With the transition of our previous recruiter and a new recruiter hired and working actively in HR, we're looking at opportunities to strengthen our recruitment processes. And a key priority that I've asked my recruiter to focus on is to meet with hiring managers directly and ask where their pain points are, what specific skills or gaps they're trying to fill in their operation, and can we create recruitments that look for those specific things. The more targeted approach is intended to improve the quality of candidate pools, enhance hiring outcomes, and ensure recruitment efforts are aligned with departmental needs and long-term workforce planning. It also supports broader retention and succession planning efforts by helping the county attract candidates who are better aligned with long-term organizational needs. So the other part of recruitment is the number of applications received. And as you can see from fiscal year 22-23 to fiscal year 24-25, we were getting about the same amount of applications, which was just over 3,000 applications per year. What we are noticing is the number of applications per recruitment are increasing, and the quality of applicants who are applying for jobs with the county has improved drastically. So the quality of the candidates has markedly improved. While overall applicant volume remains strong, some positions experience regular attrition and are more challenging to recruit for. Some level of attrition is expected in any organization, and we continue to monitor trends and focus on positions where we see recurring turnover. What this slide demonstrates is while the number of recruitments has decreased since 22-23, application volume has remained high. This creates an opportunity to be more strategic in our hiring approach, focusing not just on filling positions, but selecting candidates who are better aligned with the skills, experience, and long-term needs of the organization. Last year, I reported to this board that our attrition was sitting around 15%. I just ran the numbers this morning again, and attrition is down to 11.2% in the organization. At the same time, it's also important to recognize that replacing experienced employees is not an immediate one-to-one transition. And as Ms. Lewis reported to you yesterday, we do have a significant number of employees in this organization who are either eligible to retire now or quickly approaching that eligibility. New hires require onboarding, training, and time to reach full productivity. This reinforces the importance of aligning recruitment efforts with retention and succession planning strategies to ensure continuity of operations and long-term workforce sustainability. Another one of our performance measures is our average performance evaluation ratings, which is based on a 0 to 3 scale. Our performance ratings remain stable overall. There was a slight decrease from last year to an average evaluation score of 2.75. The evaluation process has evolved to place less emphasis on individual scores as merit increases are determined within defined score ranges. This approach helps separate performance feedback from compensation decisions, allowing for more meaningful and constructive evaluations. And as part of this effort, I have met with several departments and their leadership teams and provided coaching and education on the performance management process to encourage thoughtful, collaborative approaches to establishing consistent rating standards. I think you'll find this next slide very interesting. We've never reported on our volunteers, but this is a significant effort on my team's part over the last 5 years since the new, I can't believe it's been 5 years, but it's been 5 years since the volunteer policy was updated and our new process was implemented. So since 2020, we've cleared 1,050 volunteers. We cleared 219 in 24-25, and to date, we've cleared 123 volunteers. Our new effort now is in the volunteer policy. We do require a full new background screen conducted for volunteers at the 5-year mark. We do have some other language related to volunteers who work with children and seniors at community services where they have to do more frequent, smaller checks. But for those volunteers who have hit that 5-year mark, we have 143 currently in background for fiscal year 25-26, and we have another 167 that will be required to do the 5-year background in 26-27. And I would like to commend not only my team for the effort in doing volunteer backgrounds, but I would also like to commend the community services team. This was truly a joint effort between our two departments. They are the biggest user of volunteers in Douglas County, with recreation sports being very busy throughout the year, the different sports that are offered. And between the community services volunteer coordinator and my HR coordinator in human resources, they have done a wonderful job of streamlining this process and getting volunteers cleared in a timely manner. HR's goals this year are focused on expanding and enhancing services using existing staffing and systems. As the department continues to evolve, the focus on maximizing existing tools and resources to improve efficiency, consistency, and service delivery across the organization is critical. Key priorities include expanding recruitment, outreach, and talent pipeline development, and increasing utilization of systems such as NeoGov and Power DMS to improve access, policy management, and training capabilities. This includes giving departments access to develop their own onboarding tools, manage department-specific policies, and support targeted training efforts, enhancing service delivery without additional staffing or resources. I'm calling this effort internally NeoGov 2.0. So human resources is really controlled, if you will, NeoGov and the content that's pushed out and the access that's given. But there is a lot of opportunities for departments to have their own specific level of access and utilize the tools for their own purposes in their departments. And that's what we really want to work on expanding. An example of this NeoGov outreach is Dispatch reached out to us recently and informed us that they were already on the Power DMS platform. And so we are working with Dispatch and NeoGov to bring them over to the county platform, and that's a cost savings for Dispatch because they won't have to have that contract any longer. I would like to continue to strengthen partnerships with internal service departments to improve coordination, share expertise, and expand services efficiently. Very often, something that touches HR also has a reach into finance and IT, so the collaborative efforts are very important in my mind. Additional priorities include increasing in-person training opportunities for supervisors and staff, continuing review and updates of county policies, and developing a standardized employee orientation program. I'm going to be jumping over to risk.
Before we jump. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. It's hard to have human resources present at the very end of a very long day. And I appreciate her desire to move through this presentation quickly. Christine is the perfect director at the perfect time for this organization. We, as a leadership team, are committed to demonstrating that our people in this organization matter. And I also appreciate that this board recognizes that. The employees in this organization and our volunteers that we work with are the lifeblood of this organization. And we are doing everything that we can to set them up for success at the time of onboarding, to get the right people in the right seats, make sure that they're aligned with the values of this organization, and then to also work with our department heads, managers, and mid-level supervisors to set them up for success, to provide them the training that they need to model appropriate behaviors and make sure that we're communicating the right things for our people and providing them with the right resources. And I know Christine agrees with that on every single front. There's so much alignment with the org structure that we have developed in the county manager's office with the chief operating officer. This internal department coordination, collaboration that she's talking about, I really see it, and I appreciate you driving those conversations. I notice. I just want to thank you and your team for their efforts. Another small but mighty team who accomplish a lot. And who are investing significantly in the people in this organization. I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I get to jump in too, because this is it's one of my passions. You could say I wrote a manifesto about this. Personally, my personal journey, and so this is really important to me to empower our employees to be able to perform. Because we really do have an expectation of perfection from our employees, and whether you can expect that or not, but the demand is there from the public. So we have to empower our employees to be able to be that perfect in the view, so that we can push our county forward and improve the optics of how we're viewed. So anything and everything we can do to empower our employees to be able to be in the right spots at the right time, understanding how to communicate with the public, training our department heads and leaders to empower their employees below them, anything and everything. I feel like that's one of the most important things we can do for our staff, given that the huge percentage of our budget is spent on staff. I mean, that is the product that we produce. So anything and everything we can do. I think we have a great team. I know we have a lot of people that are really good at what they do, but making sure that they're able to work at their peak, and then collaborating across the board when they go sideways and lateral, that's really big for me. So anything I can do to support that personally or from this chair, I'm down. So.
Well, I'm going to jump in here for a minute also. Okay, you talked about our volunteers and how important they are, and I want to emphasize that. I remember when we started transitioning over from paper applications for volunteers to the electronic platform for volunteers, and our volunteers really had some angst, I would say, about that process. And so what came before this board was the possible hiring of a one half FTE with our community services department to allow or have available an individual at our community services building, our community center, to assist our volunteers in that process. And so often, so we look at half FTEs, we several positions where we've looked at half-time FTEs. Our grants coordinator was another one, okay? And I said, no, I felt like we needed a full-time person in that role. And I know that it has paid for itself. And this person that is, we approved a full-time FTE in the community services department. I thought that was critical, and I think it's certainly paid dividends in gathering those volunteers and making them feel more comfortable to work with our system and guide them through that process. So, which is so critical. I mean, we could not run this county without our volunteers, quite frankly. We just don't have the dollars to do it. So, thank you.
Does anybody else want to say something, or do you want me to jump into risk? Risk management continues to emphasize a proactive approach to identifying and addressing risk across county operations. Key accomplishments include strengthening oversight of workers' compensation claims through regular claims review and quality control measures to support fiscally responsible decisions and protect county resources. The department remains actively involved in claims administration, providing ongoing oversight of claims in coordination with our broker, third-party administrators, and we internally review claims as well to ensure accuracy and appropriate billing while maintaining communication with employees to support timely care and successful return to work outcomes. From the time that our office receives a report of injury on an employee, I have a staff member calling before the end of the day to check on the employee, make sure they understand where they need to go, the resources that they have available to them, and if they need any support, they can contact our office. And it does make it nice that we are self-insured or self-funded for workers' comp, because we do have a lot more control in that area, where if we were using a standard carrier, we could be caught up in the bottleneck of dealing with their claims administrators. Risk management continues to focus on proactive claim mitigation by investing in tools and equipment that reduce both the likelihood and severity of incidents. This includes deploying 12 Stop the Bleed emergency response kits in this year to enhance emergency preparedness. Additionally, we are working on a project. It's currently in progress. We're replacing all AEDs within the county. And again, another thanks to community services, we were able to use some of the opioid funding to do those AED replacements. And then I did want to point out, it happened right after the budget presentation last year, but this board approved risk management to provide funding to the sheriff's office to purchase 10 Grappler police bumper devices. And these devices provide controlled methods to safely stop fleeing vehicles, reducing the risks associated with high-risk pursuits. Even though this happened after my prior budget presentation, I did want to call it out as another way that we're trying to actively note trends that we're seeing and trying to address them proactively. Additional efforts include working with LP Insurance Services, who come out to different county facilities and provide OSHA inspections. They have an expert that they have in-house that will come out, and they go through our facilities looking for concerns that OSHA might point out, which is another proactive way that we can correct issues before they actually show up at our door. The performance measures and workload indicators for risk management. The first slide I'm going to show you is our workers' compensation claims. What I will say out the gate is workers' comp is variable. We have been fortunate over the last few fiscal years to have low claim numbers. And I think the reason for that is we have really pushed safety and educating managers about being aware of potential safety hazards in the workplace. And the other thing I want to show you is on the next slide is the average incurred per claim. So as you can see in fiscal year 2021, we were averaging about $30,000 per claim. Again, it's variable and the type of injuries matter significantly in this data, but right now in fiscal year 25-26, we're averaging about $2,500 per claim. But the reason for that is also claims tend to stay open for 6 to 9 months. So even though this number is low right now, we have a lot of claims that are still working through the process of treatment, getting employees treated, and having those services billed to us.
These are the claims that we can measure, but we can't measure the time off that it requires that employee while they're not on the job doing that activity. So that how do you equate that number?
Well, I actually would, that's a very good point that you make, Chairman. We don't have very many employees taken off work. We have worked with departments to get employees back to work on light duty. And we do it county-wide, not just by specific department. So if we have an employee who's injured but is put on light duty restrictions that may prohibit them from working in their department, our departments have been willing to take an employee on a temporary basis to work light duty in a different capacity. It's very good because that's another way that we actually save money on claims. But there's a lot of research that shows that employees who return to work sooner actually heal and their claim ends sooner. So it's been a very important priority for us over the last few years. I'm happy to provide that information to this board. I don't have it with me, but I do have data that shows that we do not have very many employees that are taken off work fully.
I don't know that I'm asking for that report. I just wanted to recognize that there is that unseen loss.
Yes. Regarding goals for risk management will continue to focus on proactive strategies that promote workplace safety, regulatory compliance, and operational continuity, as well as effective claims management. Key priorities include ongoing replacement of the AEDs that I mentioned before, as well as training opportunities. So on an annual basis, we do provide OSHA 10 and OSHA 30, which are job description requirements for a lot of our positions. We do annual reasonable suspicion testing for our supervisors, and we do offer AED and stop the bleed training. The department continues to work on updates to the safety handbook, and additional efforts include conducting ongoing on-site safety inspections to support OSHA compliance, working closely with our fleet services to ensure timely vehicle repairs, and implementing annual driver record checks to meet insurance requirements. That's a new process that we're trying to implement next fiscal year. These efforts are complemented by continued proactive claims management, including early engagement, active oversight, and coordination to support timely resolution and return to work outcomes. Any questions regarding risk? Okay. So Human Resources has a total of 7 FTEs, but besides myself, I have 1 senior analyst, 2 analysts, and 3 coordinators. 2 of the staff are dedicated specifically to risk management, while the other 5 work on general human resources. And just to break out our FTE in a different way, you can see how we cost allocate between the 3 funds. So this, I'm going to start with human resources in the general fund. The reductions that I made to the human resources budget total $1,843, and they were identified in line items that have not been fully utilized. These adjustments were made in consideration of maintaining core services and operational support. And then I do you ever realize that your slides aren't quite in the right order until you start like going through your presentation? I have to jump forward a couple slides. I apologize, but I realized it when I started going through this. I do have an operating expense increase request for human resources that I hope that you can consider. The $1,843 does partially offset the $11,500 I'm requesting. And these requests are to increase my training budget by $3,000. I cut my training budget completely in HR, and I don't have a very good logical explanation why a year or 2 ago. But I have a lot of new staff, and I have staff who have promoted, and training is very key in human resources, especially to stay on top of a lot of the legal and compliance areas that we're responsible for. I am asking for a small increase for employee recognition initiatives, such as the Great People, Great Places program. And I do have anticipated increases in our NeoGov software platform, which I have put here as well. Any questions on the HR budget? Okay. I'm going to be doing the same thing again in just a moment. Bear with me. Risk management. This is our revenue summary. See, this is what happens. Now I'm completely lost. Oh, there it is. Risk management is primarily funded through 3 sources. The first is property taxes, where a portion of the general property tax is allocated to support risk management operations. The second is an internal service charge through the risk fund, where county departments contribute through cost allocation to support 4 primary functions within risk management: risk, liability, workers' compensation, and unemployment. The third source is from reimbursements and refunds, which include funds recovered through subrogation and overpayment on claims exceeding deductible amounts. And if I can ask you to take a look at the far right column, you will see under the charges for service section, there's some negative amounts, negative $151,000, negative $269,000. I have an explanation for that, and I need to jump to another slide. Talking about working with the internal service departments, I worked with finance to review the distribution of internal cost allocations. As I mentioned, the allocation is organized into 4 areas: risk, liability, unemployment, and workers' compensation. Funding was reduced for unemployment due to lower recent claim activity. So we do not pay unemployment every pay period. We're in a program with the state where we pay for unemployment as claims come in. And we just have not had a lot of unemployment claims. So we wanted to start shifting some funds into areas within risk management that had a larger need based on the trends that we're seeing. We also had an annual actuarial study on our workers' compensation self-funded program, and it was sufficiently funded, so we had the ability to take some of the money out of workers' compensation. And what we did is we redirected resources to risk and liability where the current expenditures and program needs are higher. And this change reallocates existing funds to areas where we're currently seeing the most activity and financial exposure. But we reallocated this without increasing the overall cost. That being said, jumping over to the risk management expenditure summary, I did work with finance also, as well as my staff in risk management, to identify 2 line items that were not being utilized. And those 2 line items total $118,894. So that is going to be reallocated for other purposes. Please don't get car sick as I'm going through this. So for risk management, while rebalancing efforts have allowed us to better align existing resources, there remains a need for targeted operating expense increases to address ongoing cost pressures. Although rebalancing improved the alignment and use of existing resources, it does not fully offset external cost drivers. These increases are primarily influenced by insurance market trends, contractual service adjustments, and legislative changes impacting employee medical evaluations. As a result, targeted adjustments are necessary to ensure the program remains adequately funded to meet current and projected needs, including building capacity in areas experiencing increased claims activity exposure. Working with finance, as I mentioned before, we did identify the $118,000 through the elimination of 2 line items. I would also like to state that historically increases in several of these areas have been very conservative, and significant increases have not been requested previously. While I'm asking for this year, I'm also evaluating cost containment opportunities. And as such, I am going to market for our insurance renewal to make sure that we're receiving the best insurance at the best rate. But if you consider these operating expense increases, these efforts support a sustainable risk program that can meet obligations, maintain compliance, and continue proactive risk management efforts. And if you have any questions, I am available to answer them.
Commissioners? Commissioner Rice?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Ailes?
I may have questions, but I need to figure this out a little more before I have questions. Sorry. I don't have questions now.
Okay, and I
I'm exactly
believe.
with you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm exactly with you. I have to comprehend what that means, and
it's pretty deep.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm sure that Ms. Vito will be available as we have questions, maybe not during these budget discussions, to visit with us and answer your questions. I'm sure she will have all your answers. I'm confident of that. Putting a burden on your back, right? So, yes, and I am in the same position. So, anyways, thank you so much for your presentation, and good job. So, with that, to wrap up the day, we have
our Chief Operating Officer, Kathy Lewis, after which time we will allow public comment, and then on the items that we have discussed today, and then afterwards of that, we will have closing public comment on items that are not related to what we've discussed today. So, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Lewis for the record. I am fully in agreement with you. As you study that risk fund, if you have questions, I know Ms. Vito would be happy to meet with you. She and this finance team have been working really hard to right-size this fund and make sure that we are collecting what we need to collect in those areas. So look forward to those questions. A couple of just quick comments. As we were going through, I wrote down notes. I noted that both Jeff in building and Peace in IT talked about a reserve fund. I wanted to remind the board that there is a resolution that says the first $300,000 of gaming taxes that we collect, $200,000 is set aside for technology needs and $100,000 for building needs. So when they were talking about reserves, they were talking about that those funds are dedicated for those specific purposes. The other thing I wanted to mention is listening to everybody talk yesterday and today. On next Tuesday, at the very end, we'll do a finance wrap-up. We'll go through the general fund and look at it again, where it's at. Look through the requests that have been talked about for over these 4 days. But also at that time, we would love to hear from the commissioners on what your priorities are as we go from the tentative budget to the final budget and work through the balancing of it, work through the requests that have been made, and work on those final numbers. We would love to have that discussion. So if you keep notes in the next 4 days and want to share with that, at that time, that'd be a great time to do that.
I would like to mention, and I don't know that we put enough emphasis on this yesterday morning when you started, is that by your numbers, is that we're approximately 1.2 million that out of balance without going into reducing our reserves from the 16% down to the 14%. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Currently, the tentative budget will be presented where expenditures are $1.2 million more than revenues, and that brings our ending fund balance to 14-point-something% or about 53 days, and we would like 60 days.
And that's without looking at supplementals that might be requested. Okay, so we have some belt tightening to do here over the next week, in my estimation. And I think the commissioners need to take a look at this binder and with a fine-tooth comb and see where we might be able to identify what we can do to try to close that gap without necessarily reducing our reserves as much. So anyways, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah. With that, we will entertain public comment on those items that we discussed today.
Jim Jackson. I couldn't let the day go by without saying something. It's very interesting, all the numbers that were thrown out today. Some made sense, some were rather difficult to follow. Some I found missing altogether. On the roads, I saw all the roads that were going to be fixed, wanted to be fixed, had a priority to be fixed in the future. The one that I did not see was East Valley. And I know the reason why. It's not even on your list to look at to fix. Never has been and never will be unless you change it. Because it was a dirt road to begin with, turned into a grindings road because of dust control, and nothing beyond that, other than it was oiled a few times and all that. It is falling apart. It is also designated as the north-south route from Johnson Lane to the south end of town. Look at the sign up there. It is the only other road other than 395 that goes all the way through the valley. I think that warrants it to be fixed up a little bit. And now that you have allowed Knox to run all their trucks across it, which it was never built for, It is now degraded even more than if it was just the local traffic up there. So that road is a major problem. It's going to be a major discussion point for the upcoming elections also. The other thing that I didn't see in this one, and I don't know if it was supposed to be in this one or if it's in a future one, is the $50,000 for annual maintenance or whatever on the movie theater that was agreed to. I didn't see that in here under the one where all the building maintenance and all that was to be taken care of. I didn't see anything that said $50,000 was going to go towards that according to the agreement. Now, it may be coming up in a future one, but I don't know. I'm watching for that one. And also, there were supposed to be 4 employees that were related to that. That's an expense also. And with us being 1.2 million expenses over income, I think that's a large area there that you could maybe sell the white elephant and make up some of that. Anyway, those were 2 things that I saw or didn't see. One of the other programs that was mentioned was the one from the county clerk about having your residents so that they could alert you if anything was going to happen. I think that is an extremely important program because many years back I was buying property across the country and I bought 4 properties within 3 months in 3 different states. And I was a member of LifeLock at the time. I never got a notice from LifeLock that those properties were being bought under my name. So I called them and they said, well, the lenders weren't in our system. And I said, Chase, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo weren't in your system. Your system's not very good. So that's a very important program. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, then I'll end public comment and bring it back to the board. I just wanted to indicate your observation regarding East Valley Road didn't go overlooked, and we'll probably try to take a look at that at RTC. And I think you were talking about the county recorder versus the clerk treasurer. Yeah, okay. So thank you for those observations, and I believe that the Performing Arts Center will come up under community services on Tuesday, I think it is. Is it Monday or Tuesday? Monday. Come up on Monday. So we look forward to your attendance then. Okay, thank you. So with that, then we will go to closing public comment.
I don't like to miss an opportunity. Jim Jackson. In all the presentations, I was watching and it said 1.5 people, 3/4 of a person, and I found that rather amusing. And then I thought back to when I was working at Walt Disney Productions. And I had the opportunity to go over to, at that time it was called MAPO, and they were the division of Disney that built all the animatronics and stuff that went into the parks. And we went over to a soundstage. Sound stages are absolutely huge. At the far end of the sound stage was this little stage that was lit. And I saw half a person walking up the stage. So they do exist. It was when they were doing the animatronics for Abraham Lincoln walking up for the Hall of Presidents. And they had just figured out how to make him walk up the steps, and it was waiting for the CEO to show up to approve it. So we were there when that happened, and so half a person does exist. Now, I don't know about less than half a person, but half a person does exist. So anyway, end on a light moment there. So.
Thank you. Is there any additional closing public comment? Seeing no additional closing public comment, I would make an indication. I thought you were going to talk about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But okay. Anyways, with that, the meeting is hereby adjourned, and we'll see you back on Monday morning, same time, same bat channel, 10 o'clock, in the same location here. Thank you.